I'll say your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right.
Yes, Ms. Clancy.
Yeah, what we're going to do at this point, Ms. Clancy, I'm going to, my understanding is that you, through counsel, have offered to stipulate to certain facts that would be introduced during the course of this trial. So what I want to do is just ask you a series of questions to make sure that you understand the effect of stipulating to these facts. So I'm going to just ask you some brief questions at this point, and then we'll kind of go from there. So if you could swear Ms. Clancy in, please.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear that you shall make true answers to such questions that shall be put to this matter and
All right, Ms. Clancy, I have been shown a list or a summary of stipulations that's been marked as exhibit or J for identification. So it's my understanding that you are requesting or offering to stipulate to certain facts. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And before I accept that, I got to make sure, ask you some questions, make sure that your decision to do so is voluntary, that you understand the consequences. So I'm going to ask you some questions. If at any time you need to speak to Mr. Reddington or you have any questions or have problems understanding what I'm saying, just let me know, okay? All right. Now, do you understand that the Commonwealth, in this case, is required to prove each and every element of the case against you beyond a reasonable doubt? Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You understand that there are certain facts that could be introduced during the course of the trial that would support, might support the Commonwealth's position regarding those elements. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And you understand that by signing the stipulation, you're agreeing that the Commonwealth does not have to prove these certain facts that are contained in the stipulation. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And do you understand by signing or going along with that stipulation, you are basically relieving the Commonwealth of its burden to prove those certain facts? Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Is that what you want to do at this point?
Yes.
All right. Have you gone over this stipulation or the summary of the stipulations with Attorney Reddington?
Yes, I have.
All right. Need any more time to do that?
No, thank you.
All right. No, by entering into this stipulation, you're giving up some important rights. So I kind of want to go over those with you at this time. Do you understand, by law, you're presumed to be innocent of each charge against you, and you do not have to prove your innocence. All right. So instead, at trial, the Commonwealth, as I said to you before, has the burden of proving you are guilty of each element of the charges against you. And by entering into this stipulation, you're giving up your right to force the Commonwealth to prove the facts that are contained in these stipulations. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You also, at trial, where we are now, you have the right to confront the witnesses that would testify about these facts. And by entering into this stipulation, you're giving up that right with respect to these stipulated facts. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You also, if you wanted to, could call your own witnesses at the trial to contest these stipulated facts if you want to. You understand you'd be giving up that right by entering into this stipulation.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You also, at trial, have the right to remain silent and cannot be forced to testify at this. You understand by entering into this stipulation, you're giving up in a limited way that right with respect to just those facts.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Are you doing this willingly and voluntarily?
Yes, I am.
All right. Has anyone forced you or threatened you to enter into this stipulation?
No, Your Honor.
Have you had enough time to talk to counsel about this?
Yes, I have.
All right. Are you? All right. I make the following findings. I find that Ms. Clancy has knowingly, intelligently, voluntarily, and willingly entered into the stipulation of the facts that are contained and summarized in Exhibit J for identification. I find that she is competent to enter into this stipulation. I find she understands the consequences of entering into this stipulation. So accordingly, I now accept the proposed stipulation of facts. Thank you.
I just would like, Your Honor, for the record, to again reiterate the fact that we have not been contesting the government's case in chief, if you will, have been agreeing to evidence, and this stipulation basically relieves the government of having to bring in dozens, if not more, witnesses to prove chain of custody of blood, fluids, the bands, DNA, all of that. Rather than have days of testimony, this stipulation will avoid that. So that's why we're stipulating to it.
All right. Commonwealth, anything else you want to add?
I got it.
Okay. All right. So, like I said, I have made those findings. I'm going to accept the stipulation that Ms. Clancy has agreed to and that the parties have agreed to, consistent with J for identification. Counsel, are we ready for the jury then? Any further?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Yes.
All right. Why don't we bring the jury in?
Yeah, that's right.
Counsel, I forgot to ask, while we're waiting for the jury, can I see you very briefly?
Court, all rise. Jurors enter.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
Well, good morning, everyone. Sun's out today, a little nicer weather for us. Hope it was nice for you coming in here today. So what I'm going to do is ask you those questions, as I always do, and then I'll go over a little bit the schedule, and then we'll return to the Commonwealth's case. All right. So the first question, everybody's probably got it memorized by now anyway, but let me ask it. Has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial? All right. Last question, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? Again, thank you for following those instructions. Now, in regards to the schedule, if you remember, I said yesterday that sometimes we have to adjust on the fly, and that's going to be my call. Well, we may have to do that a little bit, all right? So today, we're going to go through some cases. Now, we may break a little bit early today, all right? And then tomorrow, there is a matter I'm going to have to talk to counsel pretty much in the afternoon. So the thought is tomorrow, the plan for you should be pretty much 9 to 1, all right? And then the afternoon, I'm going to deal with counsel in regards to some other issues that will, I believe, keep this case going well on track, and that's kind of where we are. So I just kind of wanted to give you that update. So that's, like I said, the best we could do. Give you as much notice in regards to that, but you will not, I say we, you will not be sitting here tomorrow afternoon. We may be. And so with that, what we're going to do is continue with the Commonwealth's case. We're going to go back. Commonwealth, call your next witness, please.
Thank you. The Commonwealth would call Kristi and Katie.
stop right there and raise your right hand to the front, please.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give is the truth, the whole truth, and that not having to
Step, please.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
All right. Back here, please.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
Could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
Christina Carpio.
And can you spell your last name for the record?
CARP as in Peter, IO.
And what do you do for work?
I am a general surgeon trained in trauma and critical care.
And where do you currently work?
I'm hired by Brigham, but I work at South Shore Hospital.
Can you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
I completed medical school and then went to general surgery residency for 5 years at Columbia Presbyterian. I then did 2 additional years of trauma and surgical critical care at Yale. And then I've been working for Brigham and South Shore Hospital since 2016.
And explain to us how it is that you work for both Brigham and South Shore Hospital as a trauma surgeon.
Brigham has many physicians of all specialties who are at South Shore Hospital. At one point, I think there was a merger attempted between the 2 institutions. Either way, my salary comes from Brigham, but I work only at South Shore Hospital.
Okay, so that was kind of my follow-up question. Generally, your day-to-day work is at the South Shore Hospital in Weymouth?
That's correct.
And what kind of hospital, or what level hospital, trauma level hospital is the South Shore Hospital?
A level 2.
And so if there are cases that come in that need more acute care, are they generally sent over to a hospital in Boston like the Brigham?
Yes, depending. Sometimes we get input from the subspecialists to guide that decision.
And as far as your role as a trauma surgeon, do you actually do surgeries at the South Shore Hospital?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to draw your attention to January 24th of 2023. Were you working at the South Shore Hospital that day?
Yes.
And what was your role that day?
I was the on-call surgeon. I was physically in the hospital working.
At some point in the evening hours, were you advised that a patient was being transported to the South Shore emergency room as a level 1 trauma?
Yes.
And so when you are advised of that level of trauma, or you're advised of a critical patient coming into the emergency department, what do you do?
There are guidelines for how quickly we have to be present in the emergency room. Because I'm also operating, at times I may be in the operating room when that notification happens.
So in this particular case, when a patient, a female patient by the name of Lindsay Clancy was coming into the emergency department, were you able to go down to the emergency department as part of the assessment team?
Yes.
And who were you working with from the emergency department in this case?
Dr. Kelly McDonough.
Now, is that a common thing that you collaborate with the emergency room doctors or nurses and technicians in a situation like this?
Yes.
Did you have information that came in through the EMS or the paramedics about the nature of the patient's condition?
I recall that we were told it was a fall of unclear mechanism from a height of about 20 feet.
And were you advised that there was the possibility of maybe neurological deficits or some serious spinal injury?
Yes.
And as a result of that information, did that inform your trauma assessment?
It was already activated as a level 1. That's the highest mechanism when there is concern for a height from a certain level, a fall from a height of a certain level, and with possible neurological injury.
So were members of the neurology department also part of that trauma assessment team?
No.
Okay. As far as your assessment, did you go and physically see the patient, make observations?
Yes.
And did you observe her in the emergency department to be intubated?
Shortly after arrival, she was intubated.
So that was done by the staff at South Shore Hospital, to your knowledge?
Yes.
And did you observe injuries to her neck and her wrists?
Yes.
Did you evaluate those to determine whether they needed immediate surgical intervention?
Yes.
Did they?
No, they were superficial.
And as far as additional tests to assess whether there's any other surgical intervention that's needed, are you aware that CT scans were ordered?
Yes.
And are you aware what areas of the body they were ordered for?
We did a pan scan, which means we scanned the head, the neck, the chest, and the abdomen, pelvis.
As far as your physical observations of the patient, did you observe any obvious injuries to her head area, like abrasions, contusions, fractures?
There were lacerations to her neck.
Okay, but as far as the rest of her head or around her, like
Not
skull
obvious,
or
no.
face? And so when those CT scans were done, were you able to review the information that came from them?
Yes.
And as far as those CT scans, you're aware that there was a head CT scan or two head CT scans, one with contrast and one without.
Mhm.
And were you aware that the findings, were there no definite acute intracranial findings on the non-contrast enhanced head CT?
Yes.
And there were no significant findings on the contrast head CT, correct?
The head CT with contrast was what we call an angiogram head and neck. So it's ordered in two parts and has two reports. At the time of the documentation that was performed, we had the report back on the head section, but the neck was not completed at that time.
Okay. Was there eventually a completed angiogram of the neck area at South Shore Hospital?
The images were done, the report was completed. I don't know the timeline of when the report came in compared to when the patient was transferred.
So as far as your initial assessment in that trauma assessment period, or that wasn't information you had available to you about the neck findings, correct?
The angio neck findings, correct.
And that's different from other CT scans on the cervical spine and other areas of the spine. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's correct.
As the trauma surgeon evaluating this case, did you identify that there were some serious spinal injuries to the cervical and thoracic areas?
Yes.
Did any of those require you to intervene with surgical intervention?
No.
Do you recall making note that while in the emergency department, the patient became hypertensive and that she was identified as being hypothermic to 82.1 degrees?
I remember that she was hypothermic when I reviewed my documentation. The two numbers I saw in my note were normal values of blood pressure, not high values, not hypertension.
Okay. If I may approach you just with one of the pages from the notes, read your review. You could just tell me if I'm misinterpreting.
Oh, no problem. Which part?
It's towards the bottom, the second to last paragraph.
Oh, she was hypotensive, which means low blood pressure, different from hypertension, which is high blood pressure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, not at all.
But as far as the hypothermic, that you recall that she was at a very low core body temperature.
Yes, that's correct.
And do you know what was done to raise her body temperature?
We raised the temperature in the trauma room to be able to raise her body temperature. That's usually our first line of intervention.
And do you also have available to you at the South Shore Hospital what's called a bear hugger or some sort of blanket or wrappings that you can wrap around an individual to try to get their body temperature up?
Yes, we have that.
And at some point, her body temperature did come up to 95.2 degrees, correct?
Yes.
And based on your observations of her, did anything change about those lacerations that you observed once her body temperature was up that warranted some surgical intervention of those injuries?
No.
What was the ultimate recommendation for the care of this patient?
She had complex fractures in her spine at the thoracic level. We conferred with our neurosurgery colleague who was on call, who recommended transfer to a tertiary hospital.
And so where did this patient go?
Brigham.
Now, you identified that your hospital is a level 2 trauma, correct?
Yes.
After fully reviewing this patient, did you agree that this was a level 1 trauma situation?
Yes.
Are you able to do surgical intervention for these particular injuries that you observed on this patient at South Shore Hospital?
The spinal injuries require input from our neurosurgical team.
And there was none available to you at the South Shore Hospital?
We did contact the on-call neurosurgeon. Because we are a level 2 trauma center, they are not required to be physically present in the hospital, but they were immediately available and they can remotely review images.
So I guess my question is, why didn't you do any surgeries regarding those injuries at South Shore Hospital? Why did you recommend the care to a tertiary hospital?
The complex level of spinal injuries was deemed necessary for transfer by our neurosurgery colleague.
Okay, thank you.
Attorney Reddington.
Morning.
Good morning.
Just a few questions. So South Shore Hospital, and you made reference to as being a trauma hospital, and the injuries suffered by Lindsay were level 1. Is that what it was?
Yes, that's correct.
That would be the highest level. Is that right?
Yes.
As far as risk or concern of the person's safety and health and survival.
Yes.
What time, if you remember, what time approximately was she admitted to South Shore Hospital?
The word admission means that she would have remained there as a patient, so she was never formally admitted.
Okay.
For the time that she was brought in by EMS, I would have to refer to that information from the record.
Do you have an idea as to how long she was at your hospital?
Likely several hours, but again, I would have to see the specifics in the charts of there's documentation
Right.
with EMS for arrival and for when transfer occurred to Brigham.
Okay. And at some point, it was decided that she would be transferred to Boston, right?
Yes.
Brigham and Women's Hospital.
Yes.
And it was decided by someone that they weren't going to put her in an ambulance for that transport, right?
I would have to look at the record for what was the method of transfer to Brigham.
Do you know how she was transferred? By helicopter? Med flight?
I don't know, because MedFlight MedFlight covers 2 modes of transportation: MedFlight ambulance and MedFlight helicopter.
Do you know that she was med flight helicopter to Boston?
I don't know that.
And the time that she left was after you all had provided the treatment that you were able to provide to Lindsay as a patient, right?
Yes.
And you reached the end of your rope. She had to be transferred because she needed immediate high-level medical care, right?
She needed higher level of care. Yes.
Higher level of care. And as a result, she was then brought to Brigham and Women's Hospital. Now, the treatment that you had given would include raising her, apparently, temperature, I guess, because she came in at a low temperature, right?
Yes.
And did you use IV fluids?
I would have to check the record, but that is a
Did
common
she-
intervention.
So your memory would be that you believe that you used IV fluids, but you'd have to have me get out of the box and check the record to ask that question, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. It didn't really work out very well, though, did it? Because you know that when she was brought to Boston, after all of the time that she was treated at your hospital, she was still core temperature of 82 when she hit Brigham and Women's.
No, allow it if she knows.
I did not look at the medical record from another institution. I only reviewed my note from South Shore Hospital.
Did you know that being brought to Brigham and Women's Hospital?
No.
Did you know that she had to have massive transfusions right after being brought to the hospital in Boston?
No.
Did anybody in South Shore Hospital make a determination that she had lost a lot of blood?
The EMS report did not share that there was a large volume of blood at the scene. She was evaluated part of her CAT scans also help us evaluate for intra-abdominal blood loss.
Okay, so when you raise the issue of the EMS, that would be the ambulance, right?
Yes.
And their report, their run sheet, they prepare, right? That's what you're talking about, right?
There's verbal report from EMS when the patient is brought in and also the run sheet of the details.
Okay. And when the people from the EMS came in, did they speak to you about the verbal report?
They address the entire room, so all the staff in the room is available to hear the details.
And you're able to look at the run sheet, correct?
No, the run sheet is not always immediately available.
So did the EMTs, to your knowledge, as a treating surgeon physician in the trauma center, tell you that there was blood loss?
Not to my recollection.
Did anyone tell you that at the scene where she was being treated after coming out of the window and striking the ground, that there was blood on the snow and on the leaves and in the grass?
I cannot recall if they commented on that.
Is that important for you to know if there's blood loss on a patient?
If there is a large volume of blood loss, yes, the EMS will routinely comment on a patient being found.
Yeah, but that's the EMS. You're the surgeon, right?
That is correct, sir, yes.
Yeah, and one of the things would be blood pressure, right? What the person's blood pressure is, correct?
Yes.
And she had, if I understand your testimony correctly, low blood pressure.
She initially, when she came in, the note has a normal blood pressure, and then after intubation, her blood pressure dropped.
Okay. Do you know what caused the blood pressure to drop?
There were several factors at play. As we discovered from her CAT scan, she had an injury to her spinal cord in the thoracic region that very commonly causes issues with maintaining your blood pressure.
And do you know what her blood pressure was? I mean, if you don't, that's fine. You need the records.
Blood pressure at which point?
At the point I'm asking you about, when you noted that she had low blood pressure.
No, I don't remember how hypotensive she was, no.
As far as being hypotensive, did you know that when she finally hit the Boston hospital that she had massive transfusion of blood?
I thought I asked and answered.
Oh, did you?
You asked me before and I answered that no, I did not know that.
Okay. So how about, did you know that they introduced pleural tubes in both sides of her chest and removed many, many cc's of blood from both the right and left pleural cavity?
No, I just object to the line of question. The witness has already indicated she hasn't reviewed those records. She's not aware of what happened at the Brigham. Go through each and every injury is not us.
Oh, she can answer that.
No, I do not know that about the patient when she was not at South Shore Hospital.
How about the superficial cuts that you were talking about? Would you suggest or would you agree that on the right ulnar area and the left ulnar area of the upper extremities, right and left, that there were a deep cut noted in the skin?
The notes about her wrist injuries said that it was through the skin with exposed fat, but there was no exposed muscle or tendon. So
Okay.
those are more superficial.
So you would not agree that they were deep cuts on both arms? You wouldn't agree with that?
No, I would not.
And again, you're not aware of anything that was diagnosed in Brigham and Women's Hospital, right?
That is correct.
As far as the injury to her spine, what kind of injury was it? Do you remember?
It was at thoracic level T5, T6.
And what type of injury was there to the spine?
The report said that the stability of this, the pattern of it indicated that there was instability of the spine, which is why we conferred with the neurosurgeon.
Right. And nothing much came out of that either, as far as conferring with the neurosurgeon, right?
I'm not sure what you mean by nothing much came of
Well, you
that.
didn't show up to come to the hospital, right?
We didn't. I'm not sure.
Okay, the spine was transected at T5, T6, right?
The person, the team, or rather the input you would need for further commentary on the spine would be a neurosurgery team. I am not a neurosurgeon. I am a general surgeon.
So you're not aware of the transection. You know what a transection is, don't you?
Yes.
Okay. And on your CAT scans or on your pictures that you were describing for the jury with no problem for the DA, did you notice that the spine was transected at T5 and T6?
There was compression of the bones. I would have to specifically look at the report to see if it used the word transection.
Okay, how about a thyroid? Did you notice anything about a thyroid?
It said that there was edema at the thyroid, concern for contusion or laceration.
And that's the extent of your knowledge. You don't know whether or not the thyroid was destroyed or anything, do you?
Correct.
Okay. How about her ribs? You notice that some of her ribs were broken.
I would have to look at her CAT
Have to
scan
look at-
report again.
yeah. So coming in here today, you're not aware whether or not she had broken ribs because you haven't been able to look at your records. Is that right?
I did review my records. I would have to specifically state into the record what was the injuries. I would be happy to read from my note, which I know is part of
So-
the evidence.
Yeah. So who is it that decides that a patient is going to be med flighted into Boston from South Shore Hospital?
Some of it depends on the level of injury and the transport teams that are available at that moment. Sometimes a med-flight ambulance is faster, sometimes med-flight is available. It all depends on the available resources at the time of the event.
So what I asked you is who decides whether or not somebody's getting med-flighted out of South Shore Hospital?
Is collaborative between what resources are available for us to transport the patient. The decision to transfer the patient is made between the emergency room team and the trauma team, and
So
the
you
input
as-
from the
Go ahead.
subspecialist.
Let her finish.
Yeah, no, I didn't know she was still talking. Go ahead.
I finished, sir.
All right. So you as the trauma surgeon, would you agree that you had a little bit to do with whether or not she was in dire straits and had to be med-flighted to Boston?
I would be part of the decision to transfer her.
Do you remember that decision being made, and do you remember the meeting that you had to make that decision?
I remember conferring with the emergency room team that neurosurgery had said she needed transfer.
And it was by med-flight, right? You don't
Again,
know whether it's an ambulance or a helicopter, but you know it was med-flight.
it should have been med-flight, yes.
Okay, that's all I had.
Commonwealth, any redirect?
Just very briefly, doctor, it was very clear to you that this patient was suffering from multiple injuries.
Yes,
And is it the policy of the South Shore Hospital to make sure a patient is stable before they're transported?
yes, that's correct.
And so that's what the emergency team and the entire team that's collaborating on her did, right?
Yes, correct. We would not put an unstable patient in any mode of transport to another facility.
So in the review of all the CT scans, the abdominal scans, the head scans, the chest x-rays, all of the things that were reviewed, it was identified that she was stable enough to be
So
transported to
I'm going
another.
to object because I think she's a
Yes, correct.
hostile witness, and this is leading, which I haven't objected to yet, but at this point I am on this witness.
All right, I'll allow this question. Okay.
Sorry, what was your answer?
Could you repeat the question, please?
So after reviewing all of the imaging, the CT scans, the chest x-rays, everything, you and your team were comfortable that she was stable enough to be transported to another hospital, correct?
Yes,
And I think your testimony was that a large contributor to the decision to transport was the information that you got from the neurosurgery team.
yes.
Thank you, nothing further.
Anything on that, Ms. Brington? All right, thank you, doctor.
All right, thank you, sir.
All right, Commonwealth?
The Commonwealth would call Joseph Rabbit to the stand.
Come on, sir. You stop right here, raise your right hand first.
Have a seat.
Come, please.
All right, good morning, sir.
Morning, Your Honor.
Let me just have one moment.
Sure, sure.
Oh, it's in one of the, it's in the, see the one with the Yeah.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you please tell the jury your first and last name?
Lieutenant Joseph Rabbit, Rabbitt.
And where do you work?
The Massachusetts State Police, currently assigned to the Cybercrime Unit
How long have you been with the state police?
since March of 2012.
And I'm going to draw your attention back to January of 2023. What was your assignment then?
I was a trooper assigned to the State Police Detective Unit for Plymouth County.
And do you recall how long you were a detective or trooper assigned to the detective unit in Plymouth County, approximately?
From February of 2017 to September of 2024.
I'm going to draw your attention to January 24th of 2023. Do you recall being involved in an investigation in the town of Duxbury that day?
I do, yes.
And do you recall where you went in Duxbury or where the investigation was unfolding out of?
I first went to Jordan Hospital, or Beth Israel Deaconess, Plymouth.
Okay, and so you didn't initially go to 47 Summer Street, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say you weren't the case officer in this case?
That is correct.
And your experience working with the detectives unit, fair to say when an investigation or a death investigation is ongoing, kind of it's all hands on deck and everyone's kind of directed to do different things, correct?
That is correct.
And so in this circumstance, you were asked to go to the Beth Israel Deaconess or the old Jordan Hospital here in Plymouth, correct?
Correct.
Why did you get asked to go there?
Because 3 children have been transported there.
And so were you assigned to just go and check in on the status of the kids and what was going on at that hospital?
Checking on the status and have any potential victims documented by crime scene services.
Okay. And so while you were at the hospital, you did have the occasion to speak with Patrick Clancy, correct?
I did, yes.
And after you left the hospital, did you go to 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
I did, yes.
And are you aware that other members in your unit had obtained a search warrant for that home?
I was, yes.
And so when you arrived at 47 Summer Street, were you there to assist with the execution of the warrant?
I was, yes.
And part of the warrant execution, is it fair to say that everyone's kind of asked to look at particular areas and search for potential evidence related to the offense?
That is correct.
Fair to say this search warrant was executed shortly after the incident occurred?
Fair to say, yes.
And so did you and other investigators have limited information about what had happened?
Yes.
At the home, were you in the kitchen area assisting with the search?
I was, yes.
And I'll show you what's already been marked. Exhibit 144, if you could look at the screen. Are you familiar with that photograph or what's depicted in that photograph?
I am, yes.
And it's at the kitchen area at 47 Summer Street.
It is, yes.
There on the early morning hours, I would say, of January 25th.
I was, yes.
And so, fair to say, you made observations while you're there, right?
Correct.
And what was an observation that you noted to other investigators in that kitchen area on the island?
A CVS bag.
Okay. I'm just going to show you exhibit number 40. That's a little bit of a closer view of the bag, correct?
That is correct.
And how about this larger paper bag? Did you observe that as well?
I did, yes.
And I'm going to just approach you with what's been already marked as exhibit 31. Is that also familiar to you?
It is, yes.
Is a receipt that was with that bag?
Correct.
And fair to say all of these things, the CVS bag, the receipt, were noted and certain things were collected, including the receipt, exhibit 31, and the CVS bag.
Correct.
Do you recall what was inside the CVS bag?
I believe it was a bottle of Pedialyx.
You also observed other areas of the kitchen, correct?
Correct.
And so there was a particular cabinet in the kitchen. Did you open a cabinet and discover something that stood out to you?
I did, yes.
And what was the cabinet and what stood out?
An upper kitchen cabinet with medication bottles.
Okay. And fair to say that was pointed out and documented as well.
It was, yes.
If I may approach.
You may.
First photograph, is that familiar to you?
It is, yes.
And that's the cabinet that you opened and saw the items inside?
Correct.
And I'm just going to show you a second photograph. And is that fair to say just a closer of those top shelves?
It is, yes.
And what particularly stood out to you about the medication in the cabinet? Was it the spices or the generic medications or something else?
The prescription medications.
I would move to admit these as the next two exhibits.
All right. They may be admitted.
It's like 52 and like 53. So just showing you now on the screen. Exhibit 152, and that's just the cabinet open, and there's looks to be like an air fryer below it, correct?
Correct.
And now showing you 153, which has those top two shelves. And it's the very top shelf has the prescription bottles, correct?
Correct.
What did you do with the prescription bottles?
I placed them on the island and notified other members that were searching so they could be photographed by crime scene services.
So I'm just going to show you another photograph. Is that fair as to placing those bottles on the island?
It is, yes.
All right, it may be admitted.
Exhibit 154. And how many bottles were there?
There were 4.
Approach you with a bag. Take a look at what's in the bag. Do those appear to be the 4 bottles that were in the cabinet?
They do, yes.
Oh, and this is the next exhibit.
They may be admitted.
Exhibit 155.
Thank you.
Now, other than pulling these 4 bottles out of the cabinet, lining them up on the counter, and asking crime scenes to photograph them, did you do anything further with these pills as far as inventorying them or examining them?
I did not, no.
And when a search warrant is executed, fair to say there's usually an evidence officer who kind of documents everything and collects everything to take back either to the crime lab or to the state police office.
That's correct.
Now, in addition to assisting with the execution of the warrant on January 20, the early morning hours of January 25th, were you asked to do something else on this case on February 6th of 2023?
I was, yes.
And on that day, did somebody come into the state police office at the district attorney's office with some information or evidence?
They did, yes.
Who was that came in?
Mr. Patrick Clancy.
And was he with an attorney, somebody by the name of David Meyer?
Yes.
And what did they bring to the state police?
Bottles of medication.
How was it transported to the state police, or how did you receive it?
In a CVS bag.
Okay. I'm just going to show you a photograph. Is that familiar to you?
It is, yes.
And is this fair as to the bag that was provided to you on February 6th?
Yes.
It may be admitted.
When Mr. Clancy and Attorney Meyer brought that bag in, did you do something or ask somebody to do something to memorialize what they were bringing to you?
Yes, I asked crime scene services to digitally document them.
And so the photograph I just showed you of the bag, that was done by a trooper from Crime Scene Services that came to the office?
Yes,
Do you recall who that was?
I believe it was Trooper Rostoffers.
And fair to say that with the crime scene trooper present, you also examined the other contents in the bag, correct?
That is correct.
And there was a blank greeting card, some paperwork, and a kind of insert for CVS. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Just showing you one more photo. Is that the other items that were in the bag other than the medication bottles?
That is correct.
That may be admitted.
And again, as to the medications in that bag, when you saw that there were prescription bottles there, did you present them so that they could all be documented?
Yes,
And did you then inventory or examine each of the bottles?
I did, yes.
And is it fair to say that Patrick Clancy had indicated that the bag was in his truck and that he was bringing them to the state police as a result of everything that occurred on January 24th?
I can't recall where he said he got them from, but that is why he was bringing them in.
Okay. And I'm just going to approach with what's previously been marked as exhibit number 2. You want to take a look at that before we go through it. Does that appear to represent all the bottles that were provided to you on February 6th?
It does.
And that's 9, correct?
Correct.
Now, just as far as each bottle, just give me 1 moment. So when you are tasked with tracking or inventorying particular items like this that come in, what do you do?
Count out how many capsules or tablets are in there, the date that it was filled, and the amount left in the bottle, and the amounts that it said should have been there when filled.
Okay, and so referring first to this bottle that's labeled lorazepam, 1 milligram, fair to say it says date filled 10/26/22, correct?
Correct.
And it says that originally it was filled with 30, quantity 30.
Correct.
And you counted what was left in this particular bottle, and there were only 14 pills left in that bottle, correct?
Correct.
And so the next one, the bottle labeled sertraline, brand name Zoloft, filled on 9/15/22, quantity 30. Did you count how many pills were left in this bottle?
I did, yes.
And fair to say there's 23 left.
Correct.
Now, buspirone, there were in fact 2 bottles labeled buspirone, correct?
That is correct.
And one of them with a date of 10/26/22, date filled, quantity 30. You counted how many pills are in this bottle, right?
Correct.
And there were 28 pills left in this bottle.
That is correct.
Hydroxine, filled on 10/26/22, quantity 30. You counted how many pills were in this?
That is correct.
And fair to say there were 27 left in that bottle.
Correct.
Clonazepam, filled on 11/25/22 with 14 pills in the prescription. You counted how many were in this bottle?
Correct.
And there were actually 11 and a half, correct?
That is correct.
Fluoxetine, filled on 11/21/22 with 56 in the prescription. You counted how many were left in this bottle?
I did, yes.
And there were 43.
Correct.
Correct. The second bottle of lorazepam that was 0.5 milligrams, filled on 11/2/22 with, it says 40 on the bottle, right?
Correct.
You counted what was left in this bottle, and it was 18 and a half tablets.
That is correct.
And the second bottle of buspirone, filled on 11/9/22, quantity 30, there were actually 30 in this bottle. Is that fair to say?
Correct, yes.
And trazodone, filled on November 16th, 2022, with a prescription for 30. You counted that there were 22.5 pills left in this bottle. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then once you identified and counted each and every one of the pills in these bottles, you handed this in for evidence.
That is correct. Thank you.
All right, cross, counsel?
On the pills that you just counted, or you went through the bottles that you seized, first of all, there's no doubt that you guys were executing a search warrant, right?
That is correct.
And to have a search warrant, you have to have a reason to seize something from their home, right?
That is correct.
If the probable cause is what it's called, right?
Correct.
And then you have to itemize what you want to have the authority to seize, right?
Correct.
So I take it that when people went in executing the search warrant, that you had authority to seize the medical pill bottles that we've just gone through.
Correct.
And that was set forth right in where it says you're therefore commanded. One of the things that you're entitled to seize would be prescription medication, right?
Correct.
And that would be on January 25 of 13 that this affidavit was submitted to the clerk in this court, right?
Correct.
At 3 o'clock in the morning, warrant was issued on January 25, right?
I didn't write it, but that sounds about right. That sounds right.
All right, but do you recall what time you went into the Clancy home to execute the warrant or serve the warrant?
It was early morning hours, yes.
All right. So early morning hours, you're in there to look for, among other things like computers and things, seize any medication bottles that you saw.
Correct.
So it's not that it's a random search that some police officer just happened to grab bottles that he or she saw. There was a specific intent to seize prescription medication, correct?
It was on the affidavit, yes.
And that's what you all did when you went in to try to execute the warrant and seize the items, right?
I mean, for myself, what I found in the kitchen is what I seized, yes.
So were you the officer in charge of the warrant execution?
I was not, no.
Okay. Did you leave the kitchen and go elsewhere?
I did, yes.
And where did you go?
I believe I went to one of the children's bedrooms because there was somebody informed me there was a Nest camera in there.
A camera?
Yes.
Okay. Did you go anywhere else, if you recall?
Not that I can recall.
Did you go in the master bedroom?
I can't recall if I did.
Do you recall whether or not anybody in your presence or anybody went into a drawer, a nightstand, and looked in the drawer and saw an Apple Watch, a bunch of pills, things to use to assist your sleeping, things of that nature? Do you remember anybody doing that?
I don't know if anybody did or not.
And there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 prescription bottles that were seized. Have you ever seen these?
I have not, no.
So you went through the pill count on the bottles for the district attorney, and you did that when you did inventory apparently of these pill bottles that you already talked about, right? For the DA, she asked you to look and tell us how many pills were missing, right?
I did that for the ones that were turned in.
Right. And nobody ever looked at these bottles, right?
I don't know if they have or not.
If I understand correctly, lorazepam, as counsel asked you, the dates that these scripts were written, the lorazepam, as you indicated, was October 26. The buspirone was the same date, October 26. The hydroxyzine was October 27th. Flanazepam was into November 25. Fluoxetine was November. Lorazepam was the beginning of November, November 2nd. Buspirone. These were all pills that were issued on prescriptions in about a 3-week period of time. Is that correct?
Yeah, whatever the dates are when they would have been
Okay.
prescribed.
Would you say that Patrick Clancy was very cooperative with your investigation? Anything you needed, he was pretty much there to try to help you out?
I mean, I think I only dealt with him at the hospital, but he was very forthcoming.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have, sir.
Como?
Nothing further, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor.
Counsel. Como?
The Commonwealth will call Maureen Hartnett as its next witness.
Morning. You stop right here and raise your right hand for the pledge.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear to the testimony you give that you shall put to the court?
Good morning.
Morning.
All right, counsel.
Thank you. Good morning. Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
In Hartnett,
And how are you employed? What do you do for work?
I'm a forensic scientist too in the criminalistics unit as well as the crime scene response unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And how long have you worked for the crime lab?
Approximately a total of 10 years.
And what are your general responsibilities as a forensic scientist too?
In the criminalistics unit, I examine items of evidence for the possible presence of biological fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva, and those items would include clothing, weapons, or sexual assault kits, among other items. I also collect and identify trace materials such as hairs and fibers. I perform damage analysis on clothing and collect gunshot residues.
Do you have to undergo some specific training and education in order to perform those tasks at the crime lab?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree in biology as well as a master's degree in forensic science. In addition, I received approximately 9 months of training in the crime laboratory as well.
Do you have to take proficiency or competency tests on a regular basis?
Yeah, so a competency test is taken after each module in the training. They address certain things like blood identification, semen identification, and after each module, complex portion of the training. Yearly, I also take multiple proficiency tests in biological fluid identification, as well as trace identification and crime scene response.
I'd like to talk a little bit first about the crime scene response. So you, as a forensic scientist, are a civilian, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you often work in tandem with a trooper from the crime scene services section?
Yes, generally, I work alongside law enforcement as well as crime scene services when processing a crime scene.
And when you go to a crime scene to process with the crime scene response unit, what's the goal or what are you looking to do there?
My focus generally is on biological evidence. such as blood, semen, saliva, as well as documentation through sketches and diagrams.
And the trooper from the crime scene services section that is usually there, the law enforcement, are they also documenting the scene as well and reviewing those same areas, but through photographs?
Yeah, so I can't speak for all of their responsibilities. Do know they take photographs, video, and they also take their own diagrams on occasion.
Now, in addition to locating biological evidence, do you sometimes perform what's called screening tests at crime scenes?
Yes, I do.
And what are the common screening tests that you can do at a crime scene?
I perform screening tests for blood as well as screening tests for semen, depending on the case history and what the forensic relevant evidence is.
And does that help inform you on what to collect from a crime scene sometimes?
Yes, that's correct.
Fair to say if there's a large pool of blood on a floor, you can't collect that all and take it back to the lab, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So how do you collect a sampling of it in order to then later process something like a red-brown stain or some sort of biological spot or stain that you observe?
Depending on the substrate on which the biological fluid is located, I'll take a swabbing of the item, which is generally something like a Q-tip to swab up the stain. Or if it's on a soft surface, I could potentially take a cutting to preserve that biological evidence for future testing.
And in some instances, do you actually take the whole object if it's possible?
In some instances, yes, that's correct. We would take the whole object depending on what it is.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention to January 24th of 2023. Do you recall being asked to come out with the crime scene response unit on that day or that evening?
Yes, I do.
And where was the first place that you went in this response?
I responded to South Shore Hospital, the emergency department.
And fair to say that Trooper Rose Stoffers was also dispatched to that location as well?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you make observations of a person who was identified as Lindsay Clancy at South Shore Hospital?
Yes, I did.
And did you observe her to have red-brown stains on her body?
I noted red-brown stains on her hands. I did not have the opportunity to examine her entire body. She was mostly covered with blankets and other types of medical equipment, but I did note red-brown stains on her hands.
And clearly she was there for some sort of treatment, right? So why was your focus on her hands as a crime scene response technician and a criminalist?
At that point in time, I was collecting samples from her hands for potential biological evidence relating to the crime. So when I noted the red-brown stains, I collected samples from her hands.
And while at South Shore Hospital, you're also aware that she had come into the hospital with clothing that was cut off, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that clothing was bagged up and collected?
Yes, I returned that clothing to the crime laboratory.
Who did you receive the clothing from? Do you recall?
I believe it was Trooper Dan Lawler.
At some point after being at South Shore Hospital, did you then respond to 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Yes, I did.
Did you have somebody with you that day?
I had a forensic scientist trainee at that time.
Okay. At 47 Summer Street, were you directed to a particular area to examine first?
I first entered the home through the main floor and then was directed into the basement of the home.
And when you came into the basement, or I guess this could be true of when you respond to most crime scenes, is it the best practice to be one of the first in the home to examine the home as it is or the scene as it is?
Generally, crime scene services would enter first to photograph and video so that there's no personnel in those photos or videos. Then I would normally enter, or the crime scene response unit would enter next so that nothing is disturbed and that we can mark and test and collect evidence as is prior to the detective unit coming in. And then once our things are marked and documented, then the detective unit would also enter the residence.
Into the base Summer Street, did you
Yes, I did.
and did you observe a red-brown stain on the floor?
Yes, I did.
Once you observe it, what do you do with that stain?
I marked the stain using a piece of ruler tape, and I designated that stain as stain A so that I can properly refer to it in my report.
Okay, I'm gonna approach. that familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
Is that stain A that you just told us about?
Yes, that's correct.
That may be admitted. Thank you.
I'm showing you now on the screen what's been marked as Exhibit 158. Obviously, this appears to be on carpet, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
What did you do to collect sampling of that? Well, I guess, what is the first thing you did with that stain?
So once I marked it, I then requested it be photographed, and that is the resulting photograph from that request. I then performed a screening test for the presence of blood on that stain. The screening test was positive, and at that point, once I documented that result in my notes, I then took 2 swabs of that stain for further testing.
Now, when you're at a scene and you see something that is a red-brown stain, you don't refer to it as blood, correct?
That's correct.
And even after a screening test, you don't refer to it as blood, do you?
That's correct.
Those preliminary tests are just screens, and so what do you do to then later confirm it?
Once the swab is collected and then submitted to the lab, later when I'm assigned the case in the criminalistics unit in the lab, I'll then perform a confirmatory test on any swabs that they're interested in that need to be tested further.
And so as it pertains to the stain A, how do you take the swab? What do you do?
I apply deionized water to 2 Q-tips and apply it to the stain, and then the red-brown stain is then transferred to the Q-tips. I then package those, seal them, and enter them into our laboratory system and store them in a cold storage unit until they're ready to be further tested.
And fair to say, with this particular investigation, the swabbing from that stain A on the basement floor, was labeled as item 3-3 for this case.
That's correct.
Did you also go to another area of the house?
Yes, I did.
And what other areas did you go?
I went up to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor of the house.
Did you observe additional red-brown stains in that master bedroom?
Yes, I did.
And so again, when you observe stains, you then note them, mark them, document them, correct?
That's correct.
And how many stains did you document in the master bedroom?
4.
Okay. And again, just like the stain on the basement where you labeled A, do you kind of start over with the stains in the other bedroom, or do you continue to label them in sequence?
I continue to label them in sequence as they were B through E.
Okay. So first, referring to stain B, do you recall where that was in the master bedroom?
That was on the floor of the master bedroom in between the bed and the mirror.
I'm going to show you the photo. And is that fair to say stain B?
Stains, yes, true, correct.
All right. May be admitted.
Ms. Harden, showing you 159 on the screen. Previously, that's not one stain that was observed, correct?
That's correct.
But what did you do to collect, if anything, or screen this particular area of red-brown stains?
Sure. So in this particular case, based on the stains size and distribution, I consider them a related group of stains. So I tested one of the stains, performed a screening test for the presence of blood. That was positive. So then I collected 2 swabs from that stain, just like the other one as before.
Just showing you kind of another photograph of that area. Is that familiar as well?
Yes.
I'm showing this is the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
And again, now showing what's been marked as 160, you've now testified that there was a grouping of stains. And so based on your observations of the grouping, you were able to identify that they appeared related?
That's correct.
How about stain C? Where was that located?
Stain C, I believe, was located on the mirror.
And just going back to 159, just for reference, can you see the bottom legs of the mirror in this photograph?
Yes,
So it was close to that cluster of stains.
that's correct.
Showing you another photograph. And does that depict the stain C that you noted on the mirror?
Yes, it does.
That may be admitted.
With what's now been marked as 161, stain C, again, is, would this be kind of a cluster of related red-brown stains?
Yes, based on their location and their shape, I collected one stain from that area.
Did you perform that same screening test?
Yes, I did.
And what was the result?
It was positive.
And did you then swab and collect from one of those stains as well?
Yes, I did.
Now, stain D, do you recall where that was in the bedroom?
That was on the windowsill.
Show you two more photos. And do those represent where you identified as stain D?
Yes.
I would ask these be that as two, please.
They may be admitted.
And showing you 162 first. Fair to say that's the inside of the windowsill, correct? Inside the bedroom.
Yes, that's correct.
That night that you were there, did you make any observations of any stains on the outside of the windowsill?
Yes, each of those were documented through photographs.
Did you collect any swabbings from the stains on the outside of the windowsill that night?
No, I did not.
And just kind of showing you for the jury, 163, that's just a further close-up of some of the stains. And is that fair to represent the area that you tested for the screen and then later swabbed?
Yes, that's correct.
And stain E, do you recall where that was located?
That was located on the nightstand next to the bed.
Another photograph. Is that familiar to be stain E?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, that may be admitted.
164. And I'm just showing you another photograph of the outside of the house. Do you see staining that you observed that night on the outside?
Yes, I do.
And I would move to make this assistant.
All right, that may be admitted.
So first, exhibit 164. You observed several stains in that location.
Yes, I did.
And did you do the same thing as some of the other grouping of stains? Screen one area, collect a swab from one area?
Yes, that's correct.
And just now showing exhibit 165, if you can see at the top. There's a stain on the outside of the windowsill. Did you observe that on January 24?
Yes, I did.
But you did not swab or screen that stain, correct?
That's correct.
Why not?
Generally, we don't collect every single stain from a scene. I organize the stains based on location, size, shape, distribution, and collect it from multiple areas. And in this particular case, I knew there was a single bleeder in that area, so I collected from numerous stains, just not that particular one.
And in addition to that stain on the windowsill, fair to say you did observe some other staining on the outside of the house as well, further down the window and on top of the first floor window frame.
Yes, I did.
While you were out in the backyard, did you also observe staining or red-brown stains in the yard?
Yes, I did.
And did you do that same procedure of marking it, screening it, collecting a sample from it?
Yes, I did.
I'm just going to show you one more photograph. I'm just going to show that to you. Is that familiar?
Yes, it is.
I'm afraid to say that was then documented as stain F.
Correct.
Move to assistant.
All right, that may be admitted.
166. as the work that you did on the scene at 47 Summer Street on January 24th, fair to say it was limited to documenting these areas, swabbing these areas for the most part?
Yes, and I also collected a pair of pajamas and a pink bathrobe from the basement.
Were all of the swabbings and those items collected brought back to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
Yes, they were.
Are you aware that there were other items that were collected within that home on January 24th that were also brought back to the State Police Crime Lab for further analysis?
Yes.
Moving to January 25th of 2023, did you go to the Brigham and Women's Hospital as part of the crime scene response, again, to see Lindsay Clancy, the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And you observed her at that location as well?
Yes, I did.
Did you take further samples from her?
Yes, I collected samples, swabbings from underneath her fingernails.
And then as far as your duties on this case with crime scene response, did you return back to 47 Summer Street on January 15th of 2023?
I believe I returned on June 15th.
I'm sorry, June 15th. Thank you.
Yes, I did.
And when you returned to the home on June 15th, did you go in the nighttime, the daytime?
I went during the day.
And again, with a crime scene response trooper or a crime scene services trooper?
Yes, correct.
What was the purpose of going back to 47 Summer Street on June 15th?
I was informed that additional testing was being requested on some of the red-brown stains that were noted on the exterior of the house up on the shingles they had not previously collected from. So I went back to see if I could potentially collect samples from those.
Is that something in your training and experience is possible to collect biological substances from something like a shingle months after the incident occurred?
It's possible. So if it's requested, we'll certainly go out and attempt to do that.
And in this particular incident, you went out and first made observations of the rear of the home, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then made closer observations of underneath that second floor window?
Yes, correct.
Did you observe any obvious staining in that area?
There appeared to be a reddish brown stain underneath the windowsill.
So what did you do once you observed those stains?
I marked that stain as stain A, and then I also marked additional stains further down on the side of the house on the shingles.
Where was stain A?
That was right underneath the windowsill, the window that was farthest right, what would have been the master bedroom on the exterior.
Okay. I'm going to show you this photograph of the rear of the home. Is this photograph at least show the area where you observed stain A?
Yes.
And can you point out to me where that was?
Sure. It's sort of on the left side near where this orange, it seems to be some sort of window insulation. So it was right underneath there. So I did perform a screening test on that.
And what were the results of the screening test?
That was negative.
I would move to admit this photo.
That may be admitted.
167.
Again, on June 15th, when you were there, 2023, showing you now Exhibit 167, kind of closing in on underneath that window. There's that orange ball that you described. It appeared to be some sort of insulation.
Correct.
And that was negative. That stain you observed was negative, so you didn't do anything further with that.
That's correct.
As far as the other areas, you have stains B, C, and D, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Is that a fair representation of stain B?
Yes, that's correct.
And while in here, stain C and D.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And again, stain B is kind of in between that top floor window and the first floor window.
Correct.
and stains C and D are just above the first floor window.
Yes, that's correct.
I would ask to assist in that.
All right, those may be admitted. Council, it's just about 11 o'clock. Why don't we take the morning recess at this time? All right, so we're going to take the morning break at this time, members of the jury.
Court, all rise. Jurors, close the door, please. Make some motion chairs, please. President?
Jurors have exited the court.
Council, anything we need to talk about before the break?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so we'll be in the morning recess at this time. Thank you.
Court stands in recess. Just watch your step.
Yes, thank you.
Court, all rise. Jurors enter. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, we will now return to the case on trial. Attorney Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Ms. Hartnett, I just want to go back for 1 second to the night of January 24th at 47 Summer Street and show you one additional photograph, if that's okay.
Sure.
Is this familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
And is this an area depicted in the bedroom of the home at 47 Summer Street, that area where you noted later with tape stain E?
Correct.
Okay, and you observed on that particular night the knife that was located on that nightstand.
Yes, I did.
All right, that may be admitted.
And showing you now on the screen, it's been marked as Exhibit 170. You're aware that the knife depicted in this photograph was collected from 47 Summer Street on January 24th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, going back to where I think we left off before the break, we were talking about returning to the home on June 15th of 2023. And that you examined some stains on the shingles on the outside of the house. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes, I do.
In addition to marking the stains, did you collect anything from the area of the rear of the house on June 15th related to stains B, C, and D?
Yes, I did.
I'm just going to show you some items. You wanna take a look at the items that are in those bags.
Let me take them out of the bags.
Just so that you can examine them.
little bit. Sorry.
And fair to say what's in these bags, first the one labeled shingle with stain B, then the one labeled shingle with stain C, and then the third shingle with stain D. Are these the shingles that you observed those stains on June 15, 2023?
Yes, they are.
I would determine these 3 items as the next.
All right, they may be admitted.
And Ms. Harden, fair to say those shingles were then collected, brought back to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab for further analysis?
Yes, I also collected swabs at the scene from each of those shingles, in addition to collecting the shingles themselves.
Now, turning to your other role at the lab, working in the criminalistics unit, did you also perform criminalistics testing in relation to this case?
Yes, I did.
And fair to say, for items that were collected from the home at 47 Summer Street on January 24th, 2023, you did some confirmatory testing on several of those items.
Yes, that's correct.
And what items did you do confirmatory testing on?
I performed confirmatory testing on some of the swabs that were collected from the home. I believe those swabs collected from stain A. I would have to check my notes specifically for the stains.
That's okay. Let's just kind of go through some of the areas of the house first. So as far as the stains that we discovered or that we talked about previously, stain A on the basement floor, that was item 3-3, stain B on the bedroom floor, that cluster, that's items 3-4, correct?
Correct.
Stain D from the bedroom windowsill, that was labeled as item 3-6, correct?
Correct.
And stain F, which is the snow on the backyard, or the stain on the snow in the backyard, item 3-8. Those were all confirmed at the laboratory to be blood.
That is correct.
And again, we talked briefly earlier about the fact that there's always a screen, and then that you can't make a determination of the substance until a confirmatory test is done, correct?
That's correct.
And so that is a process that you do at the lab.
Yes, correct.
And as far as the knife that we just were referring to, the knife that was recovered, what's in Exhibit 170, you were able to examine that further, or swabs taken from that knife at the lab.
That's correct.
And confirm that what you say was stain A on the blade of that knife was confirmed to be blood.
Yes, I performed the screening test as well as the confirmatory test for blood on stain A at the laboratory.
Now, once you are in the laboratory and determine that blood is confirmed on these particular items, or that there is biological substance present, do you do anything to prepare those items for further testing in a different unit of the lab?
Yes, I do.
What do you do?
For the swabs that I collected and for the swabbings that I took of the knife, I then cut them up, give them a separate item number, and preserve those for potential DNA analysis. Half of the samples also preserved for any future analysis if necessary.
And fair to say it's a different unit at a different part of the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab that conducts DNA testing, correct?
That's correct.
And so if some of the items that you examined are selected for further testing, those swabbings or further snippets would then be sent to the DNA unit.
That's correct.
Now, as it pertains to some of the other items that were collected from 47 Summer Street, you also did some work on 3 exercise bands, correct?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do in relation to the 3 exercise bands that were collected?
After documenting them in the lab, I took samples from each of the ends of the exercise bands, as well as a separate sample from the center of each of the exercise bands.
Okay, and so the first band, which is identified as a yellow exercise band, had previously been identified as item 2-2, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and so did you take samples from both the ends and the middle of that item?
Yes, I did.
I'm just going to approach with a photograph. Is that familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
And in addition to actually taking the swabs, you also document the item that you're analyzing and reviewing, correct?
Yes, prior to performing any kind of collection or testing on an item, I'll photograph it.
And so this particular photograph, is it fair to say this is a photograph from your work at the laboratory with the yellow exercise band?
Yes, it is.
I would move to admit this was the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted. All right, thank you.
Okay, so Ms. Hartnett, now showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 174, the yellow exercise band. You indicated that you took swabbings from around the handle areas, correct?
Correct.
And then the middle of the band.
That's correct.
Why didn't you swab the whole thing?
The purpose of the collection was to potentially determine who was holding or had contact with the ends of the band and who potentially had contact with the center of the band, potentially those being two different individuals. So I collected samples separate from the ends as in addition to the center.
And was your approach on each one of the bands the same?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So the second band, which is the black band that was identified as item 2-3, you took samples again from the ends and the middle?
That's correct.
And I'm just going to show you another photograph. And is that the black band you examined?
Yes, it is.
We'll make sure that this is the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
175.
And finally, the blue exercise band that was recovered from the home at 47 Summer Street, that was identified as item 2-4. Did you examine it in the same fashion, swabbing the ends in the middle?
Yes, I did. Yes.
Is that a photograph of the band when you were examining it at the lab?
Yes, it is.
Next.
All right, that may be admitted.
176.
And as far as the swabbings that you took of each of these three exercise bands, what did you do with the swabbings after you swabbed the items?
I allowed the swabs to air dry. I gave them each a item number, and then I preserved half of each of the swabs for additional testing in the DNA unit.
And as far as your knowledge of some of the additional testing, you're aware that the exercise band swabbings were sent forward to the DNA unit for additional analysis, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cross?
Thank you. Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, Ms. Hadnett, you initially went into the home at 47 Summer Street. At what time that day? Was it in the evening, early morning hours?
It was the early morning hours of January 25th.
Okay. And you had somebody that was learning underneath you that was with you at that time?
That's correct.
And you went into the various areas of the house. You went down to the basement, right?
Yes,
You talked about the stain that you had taken swabs of that was on the carpet down in the basement, right?
that's correct.
Then you went upstairs, and then ultimately you ended up in the bedroom, and you made observations of a number of blood drops, or red, brown, as you put it, drops on the floor, right?
There were numerous red brown stains on the floor, yes.
On the clothing, the bedclothes that were on the bed as well, right?
I do not believe I documented red brown stains on the clothing. It may have been there. I don't know if I have that in my notes.
How about on top of the nightstand, there was the knife that counsel had talked about, correct?
Yes, correct.
And then you look at the window, and there was a red-brown stain on the right-hand side of the window as you're looking outside from inside in the bedroom, right?
Yes, correct.
And you made observations of some of the markings on the shingles that were directly below the window, directly above where the red-brown stains were found in the snow underneath.
Yes, that's correct.
Your confirmatory tests, and first of all, what you do is you have your screening tests. Back in the day, they used to, you used the orthotolidine. Do you still use that?
No, not at this time.
Now you use what, crystalline? What do you use now?
It's called Castlemeyer.
And the Tasselmeyer, basically, as I say, back in the day, it used to be that you would have vegetation that could give you a false positive, right?
Correct.
Certain chemicals could give you a false positive.
Correct.
Animal feces could give you a false positive, right?
Depending on what's in them, possibly, yes.
The test now that you have, the confirmatory test is a lot more accurate, if you will, but still, nevertheless, I said confirmatory screening, but nevertheless, you still have to do a confirmatory test, right?
That's correct.
And back in the day, it used to be Takayama test. What do you do for confirmatory now?
We use a test card, a human trace test card, which is something similar to a COVID test or a pregnancy test, where you just put the liquid in the beginning of the card, the liquid runs up, and if there's 2 lines, it's positive, and if it's only 1 line, it's negative.
So that's not the Teichmann test, is it?
No.
Okay, so the confirmatory test that you use, that's a color test though, right?
It's a immunographic test. It's an assay, so it's not really a color test where you add the drops to the swab and it's going to change color.
Okay.
It's a reaction that's happening within the test card between antibodies and antigens that produce either 2 lines or 1 line.
So let's take, for example, in the bedroom on the floor that counsel had shown you a number of drops that were in the floor between the bed and that mirror, right? You did confirmatory testing on that?
I did back at the lab. I screened it at the scene and then, confirmed it back at the lab.
And that confirmed that it was human blood?
It confirms that it's blood and it indicates human blood. There is
You have to do a precipitin test or something to determine if it's animal blood or human blood, right?
So the test card that we use indicates that it confirms that it's blood. It indicates human blood because it may react with primate blood. So it's not specific to human
But
blood.
the bottom line is that you, as a chemist working for the Mass State Police investigating this case, are confirming that the stains that are on the floor of the bedroom, all the blood, all those stains are in fact human blood, right?
I'm confirming the single stain that I collected from is blood.
All right, and when you say the single stain, that would be you use the Q-tip and you swab it, and that would be from all of the stains that were all over the place on the floor, right?
I did not swab each individual stain. I took a swab from each collection of stains.
Okay, and that was human blood, confirmatory, indicating it was human, right?
It was confirmatory for blood and indicated human blood.
All right. Now, one of the exhibits that the district attorney had pointed out to you was the mirror. Exhibit 161. You remember that, the mirror?
Yes, I do.
You see those drops that appear to be going down from above in a downward direction? See those drops? You tested those?
I do see the red-brown stains, and yes, I performed a screening test on one of them at the scene.
Okay, and you're comfortable that in fact is human blood, correct?
I did not perform a confirmatory test on that specific stain back at the lab, so I just screened it at the scene, and that stain was not tested any further at that time.
It was what?
I performed a screening test at the scene. I did not perform any confirmatory tests on that specific stain back at the lab.
Well, there's no doubt that the stains that are depicted on the full-length mirror that we can see in Exhibit 161 and the stains that were on the floor next to the bed and the stains that were on the floor in front of the bed heading towards the door, all with the same consistency, right?
I didn't make any determination whether or not they were all the same consistency.
Human blood?
I did not make a determination that they were human blood, so based on the scientific results, I cannot say that they were human blood.
As a chemist and involved in crime scenes many, many times, would you agree that the substance that's on the floor and the substance that's in the mirror and the substance that's on the doorknob and the drops that are heading out of the bedroom, those in fact, more probable than not, would be human blood, right?
I do make certain assumptions based on the color of a stain, the size, the shape of the stain, that it could potentially be blood, and that would indicate what I might want to test further. So I don't make an assumption off the bat that it's going to be human blood. That's why we perform scientific testing to screen for blood and then to confirm it's blood.
Okay. So this here you indicated it was some type of insulation?
That's what it appeared to me. I mean, I'm not an expert, but it looked like some sort of foam insulation.
And it's a little difficult to see with the, see that there? Above the little orange, looks like a little balloon, but let's say it's insulation, or let's say it's something for bugs. You see the red substance on that object?
I do.
See the red substance, red-brown stain on that window ledge or windowsill?
Yes, I do.
You tested that?
I did not test that specific stain, no.
Yep. So do we know if that was blood?
No, not at this time.
Pretty obvious that it was, though, to you, right?
It appears to be a red-brown stain on the exterior of the windowsill, but I did not do any testing on it.
Okay. And did I hear you correctly that it was 5 months later that the state police investigators decided that you would get the shingles off the house?
I don't know when that decision was made, but that was the day that I was requested to go out.
And then the district attorney showed you the shingles and envelopes. You opened them up and looked at them. And you did a confirmatory test on those?
I did not. I performed a screening test on each of those stains at the scene. I did not perform a confirmatory test on those stains due to the fact that the red-brown stain color was no longer visible. So potentially
It was degraded because of the weather, right?
at some point the red-brown stains appeared darker. They were no longer red-brown. So I thought that the material could be less. So I didn't want to use any additional material for confirmatory testing.
School, as a chemist, you learn how to testify, don't you?
Yes,
One of the things they tell you is look at the jury. When the lawyer asks a question, you look at the jury and you answer the question, right?
that's correct.
Right. So can you just look at me when I ask you just a little bit, a question? Would you agree that weather affects, degrades blood if in fact it is on an object and allowed to stay outside?
Absolutely.
All right. And then, you can look at that. And then you'd agree with me that what you noted appeared to be dark?
Yes.
It would almost be like bat guano for that matter. We don't know what it is, right?
No, I cannot make determination what it was. Like I just performed a screening test, so I could not confirm it was blood. They just screened positive for blood.
Do you remember there was a red-brown stain on the doorknob of the bedroom from the inside of the bedroom going out? Did you notice that?
Potentially I noticed it. I don't believe I didn't collect from that.
We don't know if that's blood either.
Correct.
And how about the drops, the red-brown drops that were by the door directly underneath the doorknob? Did you test those with your swabs?
No, I did not.
That's all I had.
All right. Commonwealth, any redirect?
Just briefly, you were attempting to explain why you did not perform confirmatory testing on the shingles. Can you explain that to the jury?
Because I could no longer see the red-brown stain, it just appeared more of a darker stain, a lighter stain that I previously saw at the scene. Given that material, whatever it was on the shingle, may have been limited, performing a confirmatory test is using up additional material to perform that test. So given that was already potentially limited due to the conditions and the time that had passed and the fact that I could no longer see the red-brown stain, I simply performed the screening test. And once that was positive, I took a swab and just preserved it. I did not perform any more testing in the lab on that swab.
And is that because you would need something to forward onto DNA if you wanted additional testing to be done?
Correct. I would have had to use up a portion of that sample to perform the confirmatory test. And I didn't think that was in the best interest of the case, given the fact that the material may already have been limited.
And you indicated that you had previously seen those red-brown stains in those same areas that you swabbed and the shingles were collected back in January, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything further? All right. Thank you. Please step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Buckingham?
The Commonwealth would call Jonathan O'Loughlin.
Good afternoon, sir. I'd like you to raise your right hand for the clinic.
Good afternoon. You solemnly swear that the testimony you give is the truth and the support in the jury will not have any should be
Thank you, sir. You may take a seat.
All right, good morning, sir.
Morning.
Yes, counsel.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
Yes, my first name is Jonathan. My last name is O'Laughlin.
And can you spell your last name for the record?
Oloughlin.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police.
How long have you been a trooper?
Hired in October of 2011.
And what is your current assignment with the state police?
Right now, I work in the Division of Field Services, and I'm assigned to the State Police Logan Airport Barracks.
Going back to January of 2023, what was your assignment with the state police then?
I worked in Crime Scene Services section.
And how long had you worked in crime scene services?
I started in February of 2020.
And when did you move to your new assignment?
I left crime scene in October of 2023.
So do you undergo specific training as a trooper to work in that crime scene services section?
Yes.
And what kind of training do you get?
So we did an internal training but in the lab, the crime lab. A lot of it was, the beginning was reading about crime scene processing and fingerprinting, and then it would move on to doing mock cases, following other crime scene services members around to observe. And then it went on to do a competency test where you would process a mock scene, develop fingerprints and analyze them. It kind of pulled it all together. And then that would go on to a quality assurance program within the lab, and they would determine if you were qualified to be on call.
And what things do you do as a crime scene services trooper? What are your responsibilities?
So we respond to all different types of crime scenes. At every single crime scene, the main thing you do at every scene, no matter what it is document the scene with photographs. Depending on the type of scene you're at, you may also document the scene with video. You may also sketch the scene by hand. Then also you may collect items of evidence to be processed later, or you may even process items at the scene. What you're processing for is fingerprints. You try to develop fingerprints if there are any. You can do fingerprint analysis and try to determine whose fingerprints are on the items of evidence.
And that can be done at a crime scene, but it also can be done back at the crime laboratory, correct?
Correct.
Depending on the item and where it was located.
Yes.
As far as your response to particular scenes, do you often go out to crime scenes in tandem with or with a crime scene response unit investigator, forensic scientist?
Yes.
And you indicated that one of the first things and one of the main things you do is document scenes. Is it best practice to be kind of that first in after a scene is secured to document the scene as it appeared?
Yes.
And how do you do that?
So when you respond to a scene, usually the town that you respond to, the local police department will secure the scene, which means they don't allow anyone in to disrupt the scene until you get there. Then you start with photographing the exterior of the residence, and then you walk in and just document the entire scene room by room as it is.
And after that's done, do you kind of go back through and highlight or identify in any way particular things that may be relevant to the investigation of
Yes.
the crime scene you're responding to?
Yes.
And how do you identify in the documentation items that might have some relevance or evidentiary value?
So some items might kind of be obvious that they're involved in the crime that are still there. Those you want to document further. And sometimes a detective or detective unit or a member will ask you to document another piece of evidence that they would like collected or they would like further looked at.
And you indicated that with crime scene services, you respond to all different kinds of scenes and all different types of law enforcement. So sometimes do you work with the local city or town departments?
Yes.
And in investigations where a death has occurred, who are the primary law enforcement that you're working with?
So there will be local, and there will also be the county state police detective unit will also respond for any death investigation.
Now, when you are processing a scene or documenting a scene, do you do anything to identify and highlight the items that have been either pointed out to you or that you've seen that could have value in the case?
Yes.
What do you do?
So with those, we put what's called placards. And placards are pieces of plastic that have numbers on them. That way, when you're going through the photos, you can refer to them as placard 1, placard 2, and so on and so forth.
And as far as further processing the scene between yourself and the crime scene response, are some items sometimes collected by either yourself or the crime scene response unit?
Yes.
And when you collect an item, do you identify it in some other way?
Yes, when you collect an item and it's put into evidence in the lab, it's given a lab number. The lab number doesn't have to match up with the placard number. The placard's simply for your photos, and then the lab number is the number that will be associated with that piece of evidence all through the crime lab process, all the way through the trial.
And when you go to crime scenes for inside houses, for instance, is it oftentimes the case that you are processing the crime scene at the same time investigators are getting into a location with a search warrant?
Yes.
And so when that's the circumstance, do you photograph and document everything that you can?
I'm sorry, can you?
Sure, I can.
Repeat that?
That's a bad question. When you are with kind of the local law enforcement, do you document things oftentimes that maybe you don't collect and take back to the lab, or the forensic scientist doesn't, but might have value or relevance to the police?
Yes.
And in those instances, they're not assigned those same item numbers, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to draw your attention to January 24th of 2023. Do you recall going or being called out to 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Yes, I do.
And what was your role on that scene?
So the role was the Plymouth State Police Detective Unit had been called out to what was reported as a homicide at that address. So we were called out to document the scene and collect any items of evidence that needed to be processed.
Now, in relation to this particular investigation, when you arrived there, had the state police and the Duxbury police already secured the home?
Yes.
And again, in this situation, were you arriving and going into the home at the same time that a search warrant was being executed?
Yes, we waited for the search warrant to be signed, brought to the scene, and then photographed the search warrant, and then we started documenting the scene.
And fair to say, in this case, there were a number of items that were identified by your unit by the placards.
Yes.
And if I tell you that you documented 8 specific placards at the crime scene on that particular day, does that sound about right?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Including a brown belt, some exercise bands, 3 in particular, a pair of red pajamas, a pink sweatshirt or a robe, a pink piece of clothing, a knife with a black handle, and a phone. Does
Yes.
those sound right?
It does.
And I won't go through each and every item because we've seen several of those items before, but just in particular, as it relates to placards 7 and 8, I'm just going to ask you to take a look at some photos, okay?
Okay.
So I'm showing you a photograph of placard 7. Is that familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
And what is the placard 7? What was that to highlight or depict?
That was a knife covering a red-brown stain found in the upstairs master bedroom.
All right, that may be admitted.
And I'm showing you another photograph with depicting placard number 8. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
And that was a cell phone that was also noted in your documentation of the scene, correct?
Yes.
That may be admitted.
Now, as far as collecting of particular items on this scene, you're aware that there were several of the placarded items that were collected by crime scene services to take back to the lab.
Yes.
And fair to say the yellow exercise band at placard number 2, the black exercise band at placard number 3, the blue exercise band at placard number 4, the red pajamas, and the silver knife with the black handle were all collected.
Yes, I believe the red pajamas were collected by the crime scene response unit.
Okay. Do you recall collecting the knife?
Yes.
Why would you collect the knife as part of the crime scene response? Or excuse me.
There's no objection to any of this physical evidence
All right.
being introduced.
You just, that's all right. I'm going to allow this line of inquiry just to kind of put things in perspective. Go ahead.
Thank you. Why would you collect the knife as part of the crime scene services as opposed to the crime scene response?
So we would collect the knife because that would be an item that would be processed for fingerprints at the lab.
And based on your training and experience, fingerprint analysis, is that something that should happen before any other biological testing?
Yes.
And why is that?
So fingerprints are extremely fragile. Anything that the forensic scientist would do would destroy any fingerprints that may or may not be, that may be on a item of evidence.
Okay. And so I'm just going to approach and show you an item. Is that item familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
Is that the knife that you collected that was located at placard number 7?
Yes.
Thank you. I would move to admit this as the next.
All right. That may be admitted.
Now, that knife was brought back to the crime lab to your unit?
Yes.
And in addition to the knife, did you also bring back the exercise bands?
Yes.
As far as your analysis of those items for fingerprints, what did you do to try to identify if there was anything on them?
So when we're examining for fingerprints, we're looking for latent prints, which are fingerprints that aren't necessarily visible to the naked eye. Therefore, chemicals must be applied to bring it out to make them visible. Those are non-porous items. So for those, we would use, it's commonly referred to, what was cyanoacrylate ester. It's more commonly known as super glue. And we put them in a chamber with the super glue. The super glue is heated. There's water, so there's humidity in this chamber. The entire chamber fills with super glue fume, so it adheres to anything fingerprint related on those items. Once the chamber is cleared of the fumes, you open it, and then you can now see if there are any fingerprints on there.
Is it fair
And
to say?
that also hardens and preserves the fingerprints on the items of evidence for further testing if needed.
Okay, and is it fair to say that when you touch an item and like leave some remnants of a fingerprint, it's the oils and everything that are on your finger that leave the impression on the item?
Yes.
And so are there things that can affect whether you actually get enough information to analyze a fingerprint?
Yes.
What kinds of things can influence that?
So it could be the texture of the actual object itself. It could also be environmental factors. If there's low humidity, it could be if there's the person touching the item might not have residue on their hands. There's also movement can affect fingerprints. The strength, the grip on an item also affects that, as well as they could be wiped off because fingerprints, like I said, are very, very, very fragile.
Okay, and so is it oftentimes the case that you analyze for a print and don't find anything of value?
Yes.
And so as it pertains to these items that you reviewed, the knife, the exercise bands, can you tell us what your findings were when it came to the knife?
Yes, the knife did have limited detail. meaning that there were areas of friction ridge impressions, which is that's what we've referred to fingerprints. Is the friction ridge skin is the skin that covers your palms and your fingers and your toes and your feet. The friction ridge skin is what leaves the impression on an object. So there wasn't an area of friction ridge impression on that knife. So it was photographed further and giving an item number. Upon further analysis, there was not enough detail to do a comparison.
So when you photograph it for further analysis, why do you do that?
Do that in order to take a deeper look to see if there was enough characteristics or minutia to do a comparison to a known print.
So with a photograph, you can enhance it and look at it closer, correct?
Correct.
But after doing that, were you able to make any sort of opinions about that area on the knife?
Yes, there was not enough characteristics or minutia to do any comparison, so it was deemed no value.
And as far as the exercise bands, fair to say you also did the same and examined those to try to identify if they had any friction ridge detail or anything of value that you could conduct a comparison on, right?
Yes.
And was there any on either the yellow band, the black band, or the blue band?
No, there was not enough to do, no value.
And after you're done looking for these delicate fingerprints, what do you do with the items next?
So the items are repackaged and they moved on to the forensic scientists to do their testing.
And usually that's the criminalistics unit first, correct?
Yes.
Now, in this particular case, as we discussed, you were also documenting as state police were executing a search warrant, correct?
Yes.
And you did that again with additional photographs?
Yes.
I'm just going to show you a couple photographs, if that's okay. 3 photographs. That's the first one. It's a little hard to see, but do you see an item depicted in there? A square item?
I'm sorry, where exactly do you?
Well, do you see that this photograph, a little washed out, but it depicts an area of the home?
Yes.
Or an item in the home?
Oh, yes.
The dresser?
Yes. Oh, yes, the dresser.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I have another photograph with a drawer open. Is that familiar to you?
Yes.
And then a third one, with an action item pulled out.
Yes.
And fair to say, when you're photographing things as they are found, you photograph where it comes from, as it's being examined, and then the item in and of itself.
Yes.
So these 3 photographs, would they depict the location of a brown journal?
Yes.
Okay. I would move to admit these as the next.
All right, those may be admitted.
And sir, as far as the dresser, that was located in the basement of the home, correct?
Yes, correct.
And the item that was collected was not collected by you or the crime scene response trooper, but in fact by the state police detectives unit, to your knowledge.
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Mr. Reddington.
So basically, how long is your course that you take to become a crime scene technician for the state police?
So before you're certified for fingerprints, it's usually about a year.
So you're working in that crime scene services unit for a year while you're going to the school for it?
Yes, it's more of an internal training. You don't go to a specific school,
Okay.
but yes.
So you told us about your training, you told us about your experience, you told us about fingerprints, you told us how you seize items in the course of a search warrant, and then you told us about looking at the photographs and the items that would depict friction ridge, if any. But the bottom line is that you didn't get any fingerprints.
Correct.
And that, you could have just said that, right? Just come on the witness stand and say, we didn't get any fingerprints.
Sustained.
So then you're talking about, as the state police investigating this case, you guys walk around and you have cameras and you take pictures, right?
Yes.
That's what you told us about. But how about when you're executing a search warrant? Are you supposed to be thorough in the course of your search for items?
I don't search for items, sir. Everything I do is,
Pictures, right?
yes, I document.
So if I went into the bedroom, and if I found a bunch of drugs, in addition to the drugs that were found in the kitchen, and I found these in a nightstand with blood on top of the nightstand and the knife that you talked about, you would have photographed that, right?
Yes.
Never saw that, did you?
No.
I have no further questions.
Redirect? All right. Thank you, sir. You step down. Thank you.
The Commonwealth would call Hillary Griffiths as its next witness, please.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Up right here, raise your right hand.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give that you shall take the report of the jury and have an outcome between the Thank you. You may have a seat, miss.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right. Counsel.
Thank you.
Sorry.
It's okay. Good afternoon. Can you tell the jurors your first and last name?
Hillary Griffiths,
And can you spell your last name for the record?
Griffiths.
And where do you work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
What do you do there?
I am a forensic scientist in the toxicology unit
How long have you been with the state police?
for 21 years.
And have you spent your entire career in the toxicology unit, or have you worked in other units?
Initially, I worked in the DNA unit and then in the Office of Alcohol Testing, but I have been in the toxicology unit since 2011.
What does the toxicology unit do at the crime lab?
We test biological specimens, primarily blood and urine and some other sample types for the presence of drugs, alcohol, and some poisons to aid in criminal and legal investigations.
Where does the samples, the blood and urine, come from before it gets to your lab?
They could come from often hospital collections of blood and urine. Occasionally, urine samples can be collected from a defendant at a police station. Also, we receive samples from the medical examiner's office.
So normally it comes through some law enforcement channel, right?
Yes,
And sometimes through the medical examiner's office.
yes.
You don't have any direct involvement in the collection of the blood or urine from an individual, correct?
Correct.
You're just looking at the blood itself
Yes,
or the urine.
yes.
Okay, so what kinds of testing is done in the toxicology unit? You mentioned alcohol and drugs and poison. So how does the toxicology unit handle those things?
We initially screen samples following a particular testing strategy depending on case type. And we will screen samples and then confirm whatever is found positive in the screening using a second methodology or repeating the initial methodology using a variety of different techniques.
And when a sample comes to your unit, can you explain to us how the personnel in that unit divides up the work?
Yes. Our samples are tested in a batch system. So each analyst is assigned a particular task for the month. And then any case that requires that test during that month is performed by that individual. So often cases could need anywhere from 3 to 10 different tests to be done. And so different individuals will conduct each different test.
And for any given case or any different lab number, Is there an analyst that's kind of assigned at the end of it all to digest or analyze all of the data?
Yes, when all of the testing is completed for a case, an analyst takes responsibility for that case, and they will review all of the raw data that's generated by the different analysts involved. They'll review the case specific information, like the police report, the documentation on the evidence itself. They'll assess the case as a whole, and they'll generate a report containing their findings.
And do you receive some sort of specialized training to be part of the toxicology unit?
Yes.
And what training do you receive?
When I began working in the toxicology unit, I participated in approximately a year-long training program where I conducted literature reviews, attended lectures to learn the theory behind the testing and the testing process itself, as well as the interpretation of the results. And then I practiced each of the techniques on mock cases, and then took tests to ensure that I understood the logic and the background behind the testing. I understood the interpretation, and I was able to test these mock cases and get the correct results prior to performing those methods on casework samples.
And you described to us that the work is done in a batch flow process so that you could be doing different things at various points. Are you trained to do each part of the process?
Yes.
And so ultimately you could interpret, but you don't always interpret with every single case that you work on.
Correct.
Now, in the toxicology unit, you mentioned that there are screening tests and there are confirmatory tests, and those are usually assigned differently in this batch process, correct?
It can be, yes.
What are generally the screen tests that are done when a case comes into the toxicology unit?
For the most part, all cases receive an ELISA screen, which is a very quick color screening test that looks for 8 different types of drugs. It's very sensitive but not very specific. So it basically says this type of drug might be present. Now go do follow-up testing to find out specifically what's present. They also all receive a general unknown screen, which looks for several hundred different prescription drugs, over-the-counter drugs, and drugs of abuse. Then depending on the case type, they can be screened for alcohol, and they can be screened, specific screening tests for GHB can be performed if the case type warrants that.
GHB, alcohol, I mean, really?
Overall, I'll let, go ahead.
You can continue.
And then depending on what is present from those screening tests, that will guide the follow-up testing.
And with the follow-up testing, that's the process of going through that secondary confirmatory testing, right?
Correct.
And in some instances with the screens, are you looking to get any sort of specific information about a particular drug or substance that might be present, or is it just a determination of whether something is detected or not detected?
It depends on the test itself and the sample. The general unknown screen only tells us if a substance is detected or not detected. The general unknown screen can be run as both a screening test and a confirmatory test. With other tests, the screening test would just be qualitative, and we would determine if a substance is present or not, such as when we test urine, we can only determine or report out if a substance is present or not. With some tests, when testing blood, we can determine a concentration and know how much of the drug is present.
And are there limitations at your lab as far as determining concentration of certain types of drugs in blood?
Yes.
And so what happens when your lab might have screened or detected a substance but doesn't have the ability to give a concentration? What do you do with that?
We can, if the substance is confirmed, so if we've tested it twice and verified that it's definitely present, we can report it out as just detected, as opposed to giving the concentration.
Do you often work with other independent outside laboratories to do additional testing that you can't as far as determining concentrations or levels?
Yes, if it's important for the case to know a concentration of a substance that we can't quantify ourselves, we can send it to a different laboratory that can perform that testing.
I'm going to draw your attention to a laboratory number 23-01723. Do you recall doing work on that particular lab number?
Yes.
Do you recall what your role was in that batch process for the lab number?
Yes. I performed the confirmation method for benzodiazepines on the urine sample and the quantitation method for benzodiazepines on the blood sample.
And in order to do, well, can you tell us a little bit about the benzodiazepine? What did you do as far as that particular test?
When testing both the blood and the urine, for the most part, the same method is used. We use a solid phase extraction method to separate the drugs from the rest of the biological material. Biological materials can have things like lipids and steroids and blood cells and bacteria and other things that can interfere with our testing. So we use this solid phase extraction method to separate the drugs and concentrate them to be able to run on our instrument. And then we run them on a LC-MS, which is a liquid chromatograph mass spectrometer that can separate the different drugs and identify specifically which one is present and how much is there. When we're testing blood samples, we can report out that value for how much is present. When testing urine samples by this method, although the method itself can determine how much is present, we don't report that out because concentrations in urine aren't really meaningful. They don't reflect any concentration that had previously been in the blood. They mostly just reflect how much of the drug was present in the urine. So we don't report that. There is an additional step that's needed when testing urine at the beginning of the method, but otherwise both the blood and the urine are tested in the same manner using the solid phase extraction and the LC-MS.
And in this case, with this laboratory number, the toxicology unit was in fact provided with 6 vials of blood and 1 vial of urine, correct?
There were 4 vials of blood and then 2 vials of serum plasma, which had started out as blood but were serum by the time we received them, and then 1 tube of urine.
Okay. And as far as the urine goes, in your role in this batch process, you conducted that benzodiazepine screen, correct?
Yes.
And it was positive?
Yes.
And then the further testing, were you able to detect any particular benzodiazepines in the urine?
I didn't conduct the initial benzodiazepine screen through the ELISA method, which was positive. Based on that positive result, I ran the confirmation method on the urine, which identified the specific drugs that were present. And that identified in urine nordiazepam, oxazepam, temazepam, and lorazepam.
And based on your training experience when it comes to those substances, if it's detected in either blood or urine, does it mean that there are those 4 separate substances, or could they be derivatives of one particular drug?
Yes, each of those substances is available as its own drug. You can get prescriptions for them, you can purchase them. However, diazepam, that's more commonly used than nordiazepam, oxazepam, and temazepam, breaks down into those other 3 substances. So often when we detect nordiazepam, oxazepam, and temazepam, they actually are present in the body because diazepam or another benzodiazepine was initially taken and it broke down to those 3.
But as far as your testing is, when it comes to urine, you can't determine or quantify what it was or if it was one drug or multiple.
Correct.
Now, in this particular case, you indicated that there was also further testing done on the blood, correct?
Yes.
And was it as well for the benzodiazepines?
Yes.
And that was just because that was your role in the batch testing for this case?
Yes.
What were the results in the testing of the benzodiazepines in the blood?
The blood contained 8.8 nanograms per milliliter of diazepam and 20 nanograms per milliliter of nordiazepam and 4.8 nanograms per mil of oxazepam and 1.9 nanograms per mil of temazepam and 61 nanograms per mil of lorazepam.
And in your role in this testing process, you're just running the equipment, running the tests, and getting the data, correct?
There is some analysis of the data. I have to ensure that the controls performed appropriately, that the instrument was running properly, and make a decision based on the instrument data, what I consider to be positive or not. But then it's handed off to another analyst who generates the final report.
And in this case, were all the controls appropriate, all the equipment running effectively, and everything done according to the policies and procedures of the lab?
Ultimately, all of the relevant controls that were associated with the samples performed appropriately.
And what did you do with the information or the data that you received as a result of these tests? What did you do with it?
I put it together in a batch file that contained all the data for my analysis. It contained the case data for the samples that were run on that day, as well as all the control data that was run simultaneously, and other traceability type info, and gave it to another analyst who reviewed it to ensure that laboratory policies and procedures were followed, that the controls performed appropriately in order to report the results, and that the results were scientifically accurate. And then after that analyst agreed with my findings, the data was put into the individual case files.
And in this case, the reporting analyst for the entire lab number of 23-01723 was in fact somebody by the name of Nicholas Roberts, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that there were other forensic scientists who did other testing for other types of drugs in the same test, but it wasn't part of your role or your batch?
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Reddington.
So the toxicology report you're familiar with was dated February 24th of 2023. Is that correct? Do you have it in front of you?
I can refer to it. Yeah.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. And that's, you can keep it right there and look at it. And then you have, it makes reference to your lab number, and then it talks about the specimens that you've indicated, which would be the toxicology blood times 4, serum plasma, you noted serum plasma, and then urine, right?
Yes.
And when you say serum plasma, what is that? Is that just a breakdown of the blood, or is it that that was actual plasma that was submitted? How did that come about as opposed to the actual blood in items number 1, 2, and 3?
We received samples that were taken for medical reasons, and the sample that was initially drawn would have been blood, but the hospital would have separated the blood cells from the liquid portion of the sample prior to it being submitted to our lab. So when I received it, it was serum plasma, but it would have initially been blood.
Okay. And likewise with the urine, correct?
Yes.
And you received all of these items in indicating light blue top tube, potassium oxalate, sodium fluoride. That was just so prevent coagulation, right?
Yes.
And then looking down further, it says on the toxicology blood, you make reference to, as you indicated, the 8.8 diazepam, the nordiazepam, the oxazepam, temazepam, lorazepam, and you're putting down, would that be nanograms per milliliters, NG/ml?
Yes.
Okay. And it's kind of hard to follow through with that, so I'm going to approach you. This is a copy of the blood toxicology report that you're referring to, right? Sure, of course.
Yes.
And this is the tox report for Lindsay Clancy, right?
Yes.
And it's making reference to incident date of January 24th of 23, correct?
Yes.
I'd offer this one.
Any objection?
No.
All right, that may be admitted.
Now, you can continue with the yes. You then make reference to organic bases and neutrals, right?
Yes.
Can you tell me what is an organic base and a neutral? What does that mean?
That refers to, so the line above that, the organic acids and neutrals and the organic bases and neutrals refer to the results from the general unknown screen, which is another screen that was performed by a different analyst.
Okay, do you know who the analyst was?
Lisa Yell.
And would that be with the Department of the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes.
Okay. And as it relates to the tox report, it also notes that, what is an organic base and a neutral? What does that mean, though? I just don't know.
This testing procedure separates the drugs present in the sample into drugs that are more basic in nature and drugs that are more acidic in nature. This test looks for several hundred types of drugs, and so in order to customize the extraction method to target certain drugs, the sample is divided into 2 fractions.
So in other words, it gives you a broader spectrum, if you will, of the drugs that would be in the person's sample of their blood, right?
Yes.
And that detected mirtazapine, right?
Yes.
Lamotrigine, right?
Yes.
Probably mispronouncing this. Quetiapine,
Quetiapine.
and quetiapine metabolite, right?
Yes.
As well as trazodone, right?
Correct.
And just tell me, what is a metabolite? What does that mean? Quetiapine metabolite.
When we consume drugs, our body will break down the drug often into another molecule before it's being excreted. And sometimes our testing can detect these breakdown molecules as well. So this test detected both quetiapine as well as its breakdown product.
So there was, that would indicate that there was quetiapine that was in the blood, as well as a quetiapine metabolite or a breakdown over passage of time.
Yes.
Also, just you guys check for everything. There's no alcohol detected, right?
Correct.
No amphetamines detected, right?
Correct.
There was a benzo screen that was positive, which we've already talked about, correct?
Yes.
Buprenorphine screen, none detected, right?
Yes.
Cocaine and fentanyl, none, right?
Yes.
Methamphetamines, none, correct?
Yes.
Opiates, none.
Yes.
Cannabinoids, that'd be weed, right? None.
It's the active molecule in there.
Okay. Diazepam, none.
Yes.
Nordiazepam detected.
Correct.
Oxazepam detected.
Yes.
Termazepam detected.
Yes.
Lorazepam detected, right?
Yes.
And then finally it says organic acids and neutrals, none detected, right?
Yes.
And then you talk about, and that would be the acids. Then you talk about the actual organic bases, and it lists all of the other items that we just went through. Trazodone metabolite, for example. So you have the trazodone plus the breakdown of the metabolite. You have the mirtazapine as well as mirtazapine metabolite, right?
Correct.
Lamotrigine, quetiapine, and the quetiapine metabolite, right?
Correct.
Now, you would also, in your direct examination, made reference to another lab that you all work with, apparently, or that you've had occasion to work with, right?
Occasionally, we have sent samples to another lab.
Okay. Would that be NMS Labs located in Horsham, Horsham, Pennsylvania?
NMS Labs, I don't recall the location of the lab.
Okay, but you know NMS Labs.
Yes.
And that's pretty well known, right?
Yes.
You guys, right? And was a sample of Lindsay's blood sent to that place as well?
Yes.
And were there results for that as a result of the examination?
I believe so.
Okay, I'm going to approach you with the report of toxicology report.
Got a sidebar?
Sure. Counsel, please stand by. Yeah, come on.
The Commonwealth would call Lisa Yell as its next witness, please.
Thank you so much.
Can you stop right here and raise your right hand to the clerk, please?
Yes.
Why don't you stop right there, please?
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hi. Come on.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am. Can you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
My name is Lisa Yell, spelled Yelle.
And what do you do for work?
I currently work at a biotech pharmacy company.
Did you work for the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab at some point?
Yes, I did.
And how long did you work for the crime lab?
For 15 years.
And in January of 2023, what unit were you working with at the crime lab?
The toxicology unit.
And more specifically, I guess, February of 2023, were you still in that unit?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm just going to draw your attention right to this particular case. We're talking about laboratory number 23-01723. Did you do any batch work on this particular case?
Yes, I did.
And what testing did you do in relation to the samples of this lab number?
It was a test that was known as the general unknown screen.
Can you tell the jury what the general unknown screen does, what it tests for?
Sure, that's a screening test for drugs. It essentially would test for hundreds of different prescription medications or drugs of abuse.
And in this particular test, the general unknown screen, is there a portion of testing in the lab for general unknowns that would allow you to quantify when certain substances are detected?
The general unknown screen is not a quantifiable test. It's just an identification screen. So you wouldn't be able to attribute a specific level of the drug, but just the identification that it was present or not.
So it would be a detected or non-detected situation?
Correct.
And in this particular case, items 10-101 involved a vial of blood that was submitted to the laboratory, correct?
Yes.
And you did the general unknown screen for the blood?
Yes.
And what were the substances that were detected in that sample of blood?
Would I be able to reference?
Sure.
Just to ensure that I'm attributing everything?
Yep.
Any objections?
No, of course not. Sure.
I can actually show you what's our exhibit 183.
Okay.
Does that refresh your memory as to the substances?
Yes.
Okay, so fair to say it's mirtazapine, lamotrigine,
Trazodone
trazodone,
and quetiapine.
quetiapine, and the quetiapine metabolite, correct?
Yes.
And in that particular screen of the blood, all you're able to tell is whether they're detected or not.
Correct.
In your work with testing for those items and running that general unknown screen, were there any issues with the controls in that test?
No, there weren't.
Were there any problems with the equipment in that test?
There was a syringe issue, which means essentially if you consider a needle that has a plunger on the top, it would have essentially gotten stuck at some point within the batch run, which could run for 24 to 48 hours. It's a very lengthy run. So once the error is notified, it's a very simple switch. You just pull the syringe out, place it back, place a new one back into that same spot, and then you would restart your run from that point forward, including a control, just to ensure that the instrument is still functioning the way that it should.
And so would that type of error that you observed in the equipment affect the results of the test?
Not in any way.
And in addition to the testing or running this general unknown screen on the blood, you also ran a general unknown screen on urine, which was identified as item 10-201, correct?
That's correct.
And were those same substances detected in the urine?
Yes, they were.
And again, as far as those particular substances in the general unknown screen or unknown screen test for urine, are you able to quantify it in any way?
No.
Is it fair to say that there are other laboratories across the country that potentially could quantify those substances?
Yes.
And so in this case, are you aware that there were samples of the blood and that were sent to another lab because of those positive tests for those substances?
I am not aware.
Okay. You weren't the reporting analyst in this case, correct?
Correct. I was not.
So after you did those general unknown screens in the blood and the urine, what did you do with the information?
The testing, every independent sample receives its own summary sheet where you document any possible drugs that were detected. All of the sheets are submitted to what's called a batch review. So a secondary person will independently review everything and ensure that they drew the same conclusions that I did. Once both people have agreed, all of the paperwork that is generated is filed within the respective case files, and then that's later submitted to an analyst at random to author the report and review the entirety of the case.
And in this particular case for lab number 23-101723, you're aware that Nicholas Roberts was the reporting analyst, correct?
Correct.
And any decisions on any further testing were likely made through him in your experience?
Yes, it definitely would not have been part of the role for someone doing a portion of the testing within a case.
And as far as the particular substances that were detected. When you are running these tests, it doesn't tell you that there were several different drugs that were necessarily consumed by the individual, correct?
I don't know if I understand your question.
Well, are there certain substances that come up in these screens that could be attributable to the same type of drug?
There are certain, we would call them parent drugs and metabolites. Once you ingest a medication, your body will begin to metabolize or break that drug down. So there could be metabolites that are related to the parent compound of the medication that was taken.
So where there were five positive or detected substances doesn't mean that there was 5 specific substances, especially where there was a metabolite detected, correct? I guess
I'm not sure I follow your question again.
that's okay. As far as these particular items or these particular substances that were detected in these screens, you weren't able to provide any further information for final review other than they were detected.
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Rankin?
Basically, as the court knows, we agree to this. We stipulate to all of this. As far as the blood, the chain of custody, the testing, you didn't have any problems with the quality of the testing, right? It was good tests.
It was a good test, correct?
Okay. So, and the results that have been described numerous times, there's the reference to metabolite, and there's 5 drugs. Doesn't mean there's 5 drugs. It could be 1 drug with a metabolite. All a metabolite means is that it's a breakdown of the same drug at some point, right?
Correct.
Like if you're smoking marijuana or something, you have carboxy-9 or whatever they call it. It can be some residue in your blood, right?
Yes, the way that,
From the breakdown.
yes.
And the lab that counsel was referring to, again, would be the, is it the NMS lab? You familiar with that, NMS?
I'm familiar that that lab does exist, yes.
Yeah. And what does that mean? Do you know what NMS means? Is it like national something?
I'm not familiar with the acronym.
All right, thank you. That's all I have. Thanks.
All right, Como?
Nothing further.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You step down. Thank you. Counsel, can I see you at sidebar? Clock, there's another couple of witnesses. I'm not even going to make a commitment. But we'll have a couple of witnesses this afternoon. We'll kind of see where we go. Okay? All right, thank you.
Court, all rise. Jurors, with the notebooks, place them on the chairs, please.
Jurors have exited the forum.
All right, so we'll be in recess on this matter till 2 o'clock. Okay, thank you.
Court, all rise.
Okay, you're not sure that this is the bring of a woman is the same thing that you have over here?
All right. Hey, squad. Sorry about that. Doing double duty today. As you know, I do a lot of, I am a professional energy healer and I do stuff by phone. So sometimes I'm watching a trial and seeing a client. And that's what happened today. So what are we feeling about today? And I know probably a lot of you aren't active in the chat because usually I do this right at the beginning of the lunch break, but interesting day. The prosecution is definitely doing that thing that prosecutors do, which is to put the same information in front of the jury over and over and over again. And the reason they do that is because when we see or hear the same information over and over and over again, as human beings, we tend to give it more weight. Oh, this means this is really important, like the superficial injuries, like somehow calling the cuts to Lindsay's wrists and neck superficial delegitimizes her suicide attempt. And even though she's ignoring the broken vertebrae and the transection of her spinal column, so it's a strategy that the prosecution uses to put that information in front of the jury over and over and over again. What happened this morning was very interesting because all along, the defense has been stipulating to the prosecution's evidence. They're like, it's okay. You don't have to show me chain of custody. You don't have to bring in chain of evidence and prove all of that. We're stipulating that we agree that this is all legitimate evidence. He's been doing that throughout this trial, which is unusual. But this trial is not a typical murder trial in any way. This is not a typical murder defendant. None of this is typical. But what the defense is doing is they're trying to get the prosecution to limit the number of witnesses that they are bringing on, because this is also very repetitive. And so they're trying to interfere with or interrupt that stream of, we're going to put the exact same information in front of the jury from multiple witnesses for multiple days by stipulating to all the evidence, like, hey, you don't have to bring in the guy that collected the evidence and then the tech that did the work. And then, like, it's all being validated from multiple directions, which is actually really normal in a murder trial, usually. So the defense is trying to stop that train by saying, hey, you don't have to do all this. We stipulate to all of this evidence. So this morning, the judge wanted to hear from Lindsay Clancy herself that she is okay with stipulating to all of this evidence, because it is unusual in a murder trial. Usually the evidence is what gets hotly debated. Motions in limine and fighting what can come in and can't and all that stuff. And this defense isn't doing any of that because their theory of the crime uses all the same evidence that the prosecution's does. It just comes to a different conclusion. So that's why we're seeing it happen as it is. And yeah, it's pretty funny that, and somebody called it clickbaiting. It definitely is. It's all over the internet that Lindsay Clancy spoke for the first time in her trial today. Yeah, she did. She said yes. That's what she said. She said yes. When the judge said, I want to make sure that you are comfortable with what's happening here. Do you understand? And are you in agreement with your attorney stipulating to all of the prosecution's evidence? And Lindsay said yes. That's all she said. So Lindsay Clancy did not really speak. I was like, when I saw that before I even went on live today, and I'm like, the prosecution is presenting their case. There would be no reason for Lindsay Clancy to speak on this case right now. If she does, that will be when the defense is preparing their case, or presenting their case. But I'm not convinced that she's going to go on the stand yet. I'm not sure, but that's what happened. She just said yes. And we're just seeing a lot of the prosecution bringing in the same information through different people and saying exactly the same things over and over. We're also still seeing a lot of things that the prosecution is doing that is confusing to the jury. And I do think that there's a strategy to that as well. All of the talk about the meds and which meds and how many were in each bottle, we've yet to see like a chart that explains it all, or a graphic or something. How is anybody keeping track? Also, that prosecutor mispronounced every single one of those medications. Every one. I don't know if she did that intentionally. The defense attorney actually did a lot better with the pronunciation of those meds, but I found that pretty funny. If it's that she's trying to make it seem complicated, so the jury doesn't look too deeply into it, because if the jury looks deeply into the medication and medication compliance, they're going to see a different story than the picture that's being painted by the prosecution. And that is why the defense attorney keeps bringing out the nightstand drawer with the bottles of meds. That's why he continues to bring it up. Because at some point, we're going to see a much more official accounting of the medications, when they were prescribed, how many times they were changed, how many times the dosages were changed. And we're going to see a better explanation for the meds than what we're getting right now. Exactly, Cherish. Muddy the waters to make it look deep. That's entirely it. So we're seeing a lot of strategic decisions being made by the prosecution and by the defense. I'm really wondering how much longer the prosecution is going to be presenting. I mean, they're just dragging in absolutely everyone that had anything to do with this case. The one psychiatrist yesterday literally met with Lindsay Clancy one time for 20 minutes. That's not always somebody that you're going to get on the stand, but they're hammering in their narrow view of what happened in this case. I want to hear from doctors. I want to hear from doctors about things like those benzodiazepine levels in her blood. Okay, what did that mean? They just give the levels. Well, no one must know what that means. We need a lot more to go. Rosanna says they have a long way to prove malicious intent still for me. Me too. I'm not seeing malicious intent. And, you know, you got to remember, Lindsay has never disputed that she is the person who took the lives of her children. And the choices here are first-degree murder or guilty of first-degree murder or not guilty by not having criminal responsibility, which is the same as insanity. Basically, it's just the terminology that they use. Those are the options. Somebody in this chat earlier said that she was pretty, so she'll walk. We could get into a million reasons why that's not the case, but there's no option for Lindsay to walk in this situation. She's either going to a prison or a hospital. I think she needs to go to a hospital, personally, but we'll see. I have not seen anything from the prosecution that shows that Lindsay had a plan, that she wanted her children dead, that she intended to do it. And I do not think that the visit to CVS and the visit to a restaurant are pre-planning. She's desperately trying to hold her family together while also experiencing a very serious mental health condition. I don't think that that was planned. I just don't. So anyway, that's where we're at. I should be able to zoom us through the rest of the lunch break now, and we'll get back to what's being presented. But thanks for joining me today. I really appreciate it. Be sure to like and subscribe and hit that bell. When you subscribe, that gives you a notification when we go live. Of course, we'll continue covering this trial for as long as it is happening. I'll also be live over on our main channel, True Crime Squad, at 3 p.m. Mountain this afternoon, where our main topic will be a comparison between the Andrea Yates case and the Lindsay Clancy case. I think it's really important for us to look at how did Andrea Yates get to the place that she did and what's happened to her after the fact. There are a lot of similarities. These cases are not exactly the same by any means, but there are some similarities and some differences. We're going to talk about all of that over on True Crime Squad at 3 p.m. Mountain. This stream will also be kept live if we're still in court, but I suspect we won't be because he's been ending around 4 p.m. Eastern, which is 2 p.m. my time. So anyway, alrighty, I'm going to zoom us through, and thanks for being here with me. I'm Kristi with True Crime Squad Trials.
Second, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including 18 jurors.
All right. Again, members of the jury, thank you for your patience with us. We're going to do at this point, we're going to return now to the Commonwealth's presentation of the evidence. And Commonwealth, to call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, before calling a witness, the Commonwealth would like to move to enter 3 stipulations as the next 3 exhibits. The first regarding postmortem toxicology.
Actually, before we get there, let me just give a little explanation about stipulation. So, members of the jury, what you're going to hear is what's called a stipulation. All right, and what a stipulation is an agreement between the parties, agreement as to facts. Now, keep in mind that the Commonwealth has the burden of proof for every fact and in the elements in this case, all right? So, but the defendant has stipulated, and the Commonwealth has stipulated to these specific facts, all right? And the stipulation is basically may be accepted by you as facts and can be relied by you, along with other facts that you find during the course of the evidence, all right? And so with that, counsel?
Thank you. Does the next exhibit, it's a stipulation regarding postmortem toxicology testing of Cora Clancy. 184. As the next exhibit, a stipulation regarding the postmortem toxicology testing of Dawson Clancy. 185. And the third, a stipulation regarding postmortem toxicology testing, for Callan Clancy.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, at the defendant's request, I would defer to the court as far as reading them.
All right, do you want?
I can.
All right. All right, so members of the jury, I'm going to read you what these stipulations are. But keep in mind, you'll have these, since they've been entered as exhibits, you'll have them with you back in the deliberations, during the deliberations, all right, back in the jury room. So you'll have these, but let me just read these to you so you can kind of have this as the case is going forward, all right? So exhibit 184 is a stipulation regarding the postmortem toxicology testing of Cora Clancy. In the above captioned matter, the parties agree to the following facts as it pertains to postmortem toxicology testing conducted for Cora Clancy. Number one, in accordance with laboratory policy and procedure, laboratory staff screen, analyze, and review samples submitted for testing using batch testing processing prior to final review and interpretation by the assigned analyst. Two, all policies and procedures were followed in this case. And three, in addition to forensic scientist 2, Alicia Zimmerman, being the assigned analyst and processing samples associated with case number 23-01875, Cora Clancy, laboratory staff had the following roles in the testing process. A, Brittany Massette and Natalie Law conducted screening analysis on item 1-01, which was the heart blood of Cora Clancy. B, Hannah Knowles conducted batch review analysis of screening tests conducted by Massette and Law. C, Marissa Dreyer and Seth Utter conducted further analysis on items 1-1-01. D, Emily McCall and Jacob O'Connell conducted batch review analysis of testing by Dreyer and Utter respectively. E, Tashi Washington conducted a technical review of the entire case prior to the issuance of Alicia Zimmerman's report. And F, Jennifer Mejia documented the measurements of the specimens collected for possible postmortem toxicology testing. So that's the stipulation on Exhibit 184 regarding the testing related to Cora Clancy. Exhibit 185 is a stipulation regarding postmortem toxicology testing relating to Dawson Clancy. And so, number one, in accordance with laboratory policy and procedure, laboratory staff screen, analyze, and review samples submitted for testing using batch testing processing prior to final review and interpretation by the assigned analyst. Two, all policies and procedures were followed in this case. Three, in addition to forensic scientist 2, Alicia Zimmerman, being the assigned analyst and processing samples associated with case number 23-01874, which was Dawson Clancy, laboratory staff had the following roles in the testing process. A, Brittany Massette and Natalie Law conducted screening analysis on item 1-1-01, which was the heart blood of Dawson Clancy. B, Hannah Knowles conducted batch review analysis of screening tests conducted by Massette and Law. C, Marissa Dreyer and Seth Utter conducted further analysis on item 1-1-01, 1-01. D, Emily McCall and Jacob O'Connell conducted batch review analysis of testing by Dreyer and Utter respectively. E, Tashi Washington conducted a technical review of the entire case prior to the issuance of Alicia Zimmerman's report. And F, Jennifer Mejia documented the measurements of the specimens collected for possible post-mortem toxicology testing. And that's the exhibit regarding Dawson Clancy. All right. And then the last stipulation at this time is Exhibit 186. And that stipulation is regarding the postmortem toxicology testing of Callan Clancy. Number one, in accordance with laboratory policy and procedures, laboratory staff screen, analyze, and review samples submitted for testing using batch testing, processing prior to final review and interpretation by the assigned analyst. Two, all policies and procedures were followed in this case. Three, in addition to forensic scientist 2, Alicia Zimmerman, being the assigned analyst and processing samples associated with case number 23-0214, which was for Callan Clancy, laboratory staff had the following roles in the testing process. A, Brittany Massette was a screening analyst for item 1-1-01, which was blood from Beth Israel Deaconess Hospital in Plymouth. B, Natalie Law and Marissa Dreyer conducted further analysis on item 1-1-01. C, Hannah Knowles and Emily McCall conducted batch review analysis of item 1-1-01. D, Seth Utter conducted analysis on item 1-1-07, which was blood from Boston Children's Hospital, and 1-1-04, which was urine from Beth Israel Deaconess Hospital, Plymouth. E, Nathaniel Almeida conducted batch review analysis on item 1-1-07. And F, Robert Anderson conducted batch review analysis on item 1-1-04. He also conducted a technical review of the entire case prior to the issuance of Alicia Zimmerman's report. And G, Jennifer Mejia documented the measurements of the specimens collected for possible post-mortem toxicology testing. So those are the stipulations at this time, keeping in mind that you'll have those with you and everything that's contained there with you back in the jury room. Okay? All right. Come on.
Thank you. The Commonwealth would call Alicia Zimmerman.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Stop right here, raise your right hand.
We solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall give to the court, and the jury, the matter now coming before the Commonwealth and the Thank you. You may have a seat, ma'am.
Watch your step, please.
All right. Well, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hi. Come on.
Thank you. Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Alicia Zimmerman,
Would you mind spelling your last name for the record?
Zimmermann.
And where do you work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And where do you work at the crime lab?
I'm in the toxicology unit.
And what's your role there?
I'm a forensic scientist too.
How long have you been with the crime lab?
Since August 2014.
And in order to work in the toxicology unit, did you receive some specialized training and education?
Yes, I have a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Science from the Pennsylvania State University and a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from the Virginia Commonwealth University. I also completed the toxicology's unit's training program, which included wet lab work, literature review, competency exams, and written exams.
And in your role as a forensic scientist too at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab Toxicology Unit, you're familiar with the batch review testing?
Yes.
And as part of that process of working, the workflow being in batches, is it fair to say at various points, different members of the unit are assigned to different tasks within the toxicology unit? And at some point, you might be doing work on a case where you're actually asked to author a report at the end of the testing. Is that fair to say?
Yes, if you're authorized.
And are you authorized to issue reports?
Yes.
And what kind of toxicology testing are you authorized to issue reports for?
I'm authorized for postmortem investigation.
Now, as it pertains to postmortem investigation in the toxicology unit, where do samples come from?
So the samples are submitted from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner to the Evidence Control Unit in Sudbury. They then assign a unique LIMS number, it's a Laboratory Information Management System number, and a corresponding barcode to the evidence. They then transport the evidence to our unit in Maynard, and then we put the evidence into our custody, sample the evidence, and assign testing to it.
And so when a sample comes to you in a postmortem situation, that's because somebody has passed away, correct?
Correct.
And there doesn't always have to be a corresponding state police crime lab investigation.
No, our cases are separate.
So your case comes to you and gets a separate lab number from the crime lab.
Correct.
And it also is tracked by a lab number or a case number from the medical examiner's office, correct?
Yes.
And so when you receive in the postmortem toxicology samples, do you sometimes receive blood?
Yes.
At times, do you also receive urine samples?
Yes.
What types of screening tests does the postmortem toxicology testing, what are the screening tests used in those instances, or those cases, I should say?
So every case that we receive gets 3 preliminary screening tests. The first one is a volatile analysis. The second one is an 8-panel of commonly abused drugs by enzyme-linked immunosorbent assay, also known as ELISA. And then the third thing we do is a general and known screen by gas chromatography mass spectrometry, and that looks for illicit and pharmaceutical drugs.
Now, in a circumstance where the decedent or the person who died is a child, there are additional screens that can be done.
Yes.
And what's the additional screen in a child case?
If the decedent is less than or equal to 11 years old, we also perform an ELISA pediatric panel, a general and known screen for acidic and neutral drugs, and a vitreous chemistry analysis.
Now, in cases where your unit receives these samples from the medical examiner and a screening test is done, if no substance is detected in either of those 3 screens, or if in a pediatric case, that 4th screen, what happens?
No further testing is performed.
And so if you are the reporting analyst in those cases, you would simply note none detected?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention to a case that was submitted by the medical examiner in January of 2023. I think your unit might have reviewed the evidence in February of 2023. Are you familiar with the case involving 3 different postmortem toxicology testing, but all related?
They're 3 separate reports.
Right, but you're aware that the children that were the subjects were related?
Yes.
Okay. So just referring to first, what's identified as the state police lab number 23-2141 involving the decedent Callan Clancy. You recall receiving several items in the postmortem toxicology unit to test?
Yes.
And it included toxicology blood that was taken from the Beth Israel Deaconess Hospital in Plymouth, right? Is that correct?
Yes.
As well as blood that was collected from the Children's Hospital in Boston.
Yes.
And urine also collected from the Beth Israel Deaconess Hospital in Plymouth.
Yes.
And were screens done on the samples, namely the blood from BID Plymouth, the urine from BID Plymouth, and the blood from Children's Hospital?
Yes.
Were any substances detected on those 3 screens and the pediatric screen that you've just described to the jury?
No, they were not.
And as far as the next case, which would be laboratory number 23-01875, the decedent being Cora Clancy, you received some heart blood from the medical examiner's office post-mortem, correct?
Yes.
And as far as that, were those screening tests conducted in this case for Cora?
Yes.
And were there any substances detected?
No, we did not detect anything.
And as far as laboratory number 23-01874, which is the decedent Dawson Clancy, your unit received an item 1-101 of heart blood from Dawson Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And that was also post-mortem?
Yes.
And were those screening tests, those same 3 tests plus the pediatric test run for Dawson?
Correct.
Were any substances detected?
No, they were not.
And so where in each one of these 3 separate cases there was no detection of any substances, did you do anything further other than issue a report saying none detected?
No. I reviewed the data and then I issued the report with the none detected results.
If there had been any positive findings, additional testing would have been conducted, correct?
Yes, if we receive a positive screen, we will either perform confirmatory analysis or quantitative analysis, depending on the testing.
And just as it pertains to these 3 cases, the samples received for Cal and Clancy, why did they come from a different source than the other 2?
So the medical examiner sends us the samples. If the decedent is in the hospital prior to the autopsy, they will typically send us those hospital samples as well. They prefer to have the hospital samples tested because that date and time is usually prior to the decedent's death, and we can sometimes determine what sort of drugs or poisons may have been in that decedent's body prior to their death and before drugs may have been given at the hospital.
And once these tests are conducted in the postmortem toxicology unit, the results, where are they sent to?
They are sent to the medical examiner to go with their report.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, Attorney Reddington. Questions? Thank you. All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Attorney Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth College Sherry Crook.
Stop right here. Raise your right hand to the clerk, please.
Good afternoon. Someone swear that the testimony is given and should look into court and the jury and I will prove the testimony with unattached to the truth, the whole truth. Thank you. You may have a seat, ma'am.
Watch your step, please.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Attorney Sprague, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Good afternoon. My name is Sherry Crook, Sherri, last name Crook.
What do you do for work?
I'm a supervisor in the crime scene response unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory in Lakeville.
And how long have you held that position at the lab?
I've been a supervisor in that unit approximately 18 years, and I've worked at the lab for 26 years.
Can you describe for us your educational background, please?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Biology from UMass Dartmouth and a Master's of Science in Criminal Justice from Westfield State College.
And if you could just describe for us the nature of your work and your duties at the lab.
So my main job is a supervisor in the crime scene response unit. As a supervisor, I am a liaison for the state when crime scenes occur and a forensic scientist is needed. So I answer calls, figure out what type of services are needed. I then get forensic scientists to respond to areas. I oversee generally the southern region, which would be Plymouth County, Cape and Islands, Norfolk, Bristol County, but I do take calls for the entire state. I oversee the forensic scientists that respond to my area. I technically review reports. I also am involved in the criminalistics unit where I test and examine physical evidence for the presence of biological fluids. This would be blood, semen, and saliva, and trace materials, hairs, fibers, gunshot residues. These cases include fatal and non-fatal beatings, stabbings, shootings, sexual assaults, and motor vehicle accidents. We do the testing in the lab, similar to the testing at crime scenes.
And what type of training have you had to be qualified to be a forensic scientist in all these different areas at the lab?
So when I first began, I've always worked in the criminalistics unit. I went through a training process where I first observed trained chemists in the analysis of evidence. I then performed this analysis under the strict supervision of my supervisor. At the completion of each area that I was testing in, I took written and oral competency exams. So there's several areas in blood, semen, saliva that we take tests on to prove our proficiency.
And have you passed all of these competency tests?
I have.
And have you passed all of your proficiency tests?
I have.
Does your casework go through any type of review process?
It does. It goes through a technical review as well as an administrative review.
And have you had any specialized training in the field of forensics?
I have.
And what type of training?
So I first had training in the lab, and then I have had external training that has included bloodstain pattern analysis training, crime scene reconstruction training, and a microscope class.
And are you affiliated with any professional organizations?
I am. I'm a member of the IABPA, which is the International Association of Bloodstain Pattern Analysts.
And you've testified in court many times in the Commonwealth, correct?
I have.
Going back to what you talked about bloodstain pattern analysis, can you describe the training you've had in that field in particular?
So it first began with taking a 40-hour course in the basics of bloodstain pattern analysis. That was used in my original training at the laboratory. It consisted of a 40-hour course where we do experimentations, look at blood stains, and prepare reports, as well as taking an exam at the end. So that was my original course that I took. I've since taken 7 other additional courses that include another basic bloodstain class. I've taken advanced bloodstain pattern classes. I've taken fluid dynamics of bloodstains, and I've also taken bloodstain classes on fabrics.
Now, do you undergo any continuing education after all of that training on bloodstain pattern analysis?
I do.
Can you describe that?
So we continually get training every year. We have to do at least 8 hours, which could be training from readings, attending a course, attending workshops that we have through the IABPA, some sort of educational trainings.
And is bloodstain pattern analysis, that discipline, is it accredited?
It is.
How so?
It was accredited through our lab during our accreditation in 2008. It became accredited for the Mass State Police Lab.
And is it still currently accredited?
It is.
And do you have to take proficiency tests specifically in bloodstain pattern analysis?
I do.
How often?
Take a yearly test from an outside vendor agency.
And have you passed all of those tests?
I have.
And have you testified in courts in the Commonwealth about bloodstain pattern analysis?
I have.
And how many times have you done that?
I've testified as an expert more than 10 times in Plymouth County, Bristol County, Norfolk County, and Cape and Islands.
What is a bloodstain?
A bloodstain is a deposit of blood on a surface.
And what would be a bloodstain pattern?
A bloodstain pattern is stains on the surface by which we look at it and identify how it was created.
So could you describe for us what bloodstain pattern analysis is?
So bloodstain pattern analysis is the examination of bloodstains and bloodstain patterns by which that they are deposited on a surface. We can give information about how the blood was deposited as well as how the incident occurred to deposit those bloodstains.
And are there different blood stains and bloodstain patterns? And are there terms ascribed to those that tell you what kind of patterns they are or what kind of bloodstains they are?
There are.
And what are some of the features and characteristics that you look at when you're performing your analysis to determine the type of stain or pattern?
So we look at specifically the size, shape, and the distribution of those stains. With looking at that information, we can tell you the how, what, when, where, and how things were created by looking at those stains. That information, the size, shape, and distribution will answer some of those questions.
Can you tell the direction of a bloodstain pattern?
You sometimes can, yes.
And how do you go about doing that, and why is that important?
So in some stains, there is an identifying feature that we look for. It's called a tail. So when blood flies through the air and lands on a surface, it usually will land in an oval shape, an elliptical shape that may cause it to have a tail. The tail is an extension of that elliptical shape. We use that to identify the direction that the blood is traveling. So the tail will point in the direction that the blood was flying when it landed on a surface. So we can tell by that tail where that stain may have originated from.
And are there different categories of stains?
There are.
And what would those be?
We describe them as passive stains, transfer stains, and dynamic stains.
And could you define what those are?
Sure. So passive stains are stains where only the force of gravity is acting upon that stain. Some of the examples would be a drip stain, a flow, or a blood pool. We have transfer stains, which are stains that are created when a bloody object or body comes into contact with another surface, transferring that stain there. We have smears or wipes. And then for dynamic stains are where a outside force has been acted upon the blood. A forceful force that has projected the blood onto a surface, either by projecting it out or compression that projects the blood out. In that case, we have projected blood patterns, arterial spurts that use that term as dynamic stains.
And in your analysis, you use the word target.
Yes.
And what does that mean in bloodstain pattern analysis?
So the target is the surface that the bloodstain lands on. Could be a floor, a wall, anything that the bloodstain lands on.
So for example, if I have a cut on my arm and blood drops to the floor as I'm just standing here, would that be a passive act and the target is the floor?
So yes, it'd be a passive act because just gravity is reacting with that blood, pulling it to the ground, and the floor would be the target surface that it landed on.
What is a drip stain?
So with that example, if you have a blood source, say I have a cut on my finger, I hold my finger out, gravity acts on that blood, pulling it to the floor, that would be a drip stain, a single stain hitting the floor due to gravity.
What would be a spatter stain?
So a spatter stain is a stain where some sort of force is acted on it. So if you think about my finger again, and the blood is coming out, if I apply force to my finger, if I flick it, the blood is now flying in the air and landing on a surface, say a wall. It will land in an elliptical shape, and it will be considered a spatter stain.
And are you familiar with the phrase cast-off pattern?
I am.
And what is that?
So a cast-off pattern is a collection of stains, usually elliptical or circular in shape. It's created when blood flies off of an object. So if you think of my finger again and the blood is coming out, if I take my finger and I swing it up over my head, the blood is going to release as it goes along, creating elliptical stains, circular stains, and more elliptical stains. The cast-off pattern is created in a linear form, so in a line of those stains.
And what is a transfer stain?
So a transfer stain is when a bloody object comes into contact with a surface. So you think of my hand, and I put it on the top here, and blood is left behind. I lift it up. That's a transfer stain of blood.
And what is a wipe?
So if you think of my hand, it's a transfer stain, a wipe is. You think of my hand and there's a blood pool on the surface, and I run my hand through that blood pool. I'm wiping that blood, causing a wipe stain. The original stain, which is a blood pool, would now be called an altered stain because there is movement through that stain when I drag my hand through it.
Is a swipe different than a wipe?
It is.
What is a swipe?
So a swipe is a transfer of blood, but say I've made that wipe stain and I lift my hand up and I have blood on the surface. I then go to a clean surface and wipe it on that. That would be considered a wipe stain. So a swipe stain, excuse me. So wipe is going through the blood. I lift it. Swipe is taking that blood and applying it to a secondary surface.
And what would be a smear?
A smear is usually a combination of swipes and wipes. If there is a blood pool on the floor and you make lateral movements for it, say you had a socked foot or a cloth that you were wiping it with, using those lateral movements going back and forth would be considered a smear.
And what is a pool?
A pool of blood is a liquid portion of blood accumulated in one area.
So if I'm, for example, standing here and again have a cut on my arm and blood is just dropping in that same area, is all the blood that gathers there considered a pool?
The stain itself is not considered a pool. We use it to identify blood from a source. So if there is a body laying down and there's an injury and it's seeping out of the injury onto a surface, that would be considered a blood pool. What you have described as a different type of staining.
What would that be?
That would be considered a drip pattern, where you're dripping just due to gravity. The blood falls. It falls into another liquid source. In blood stains, it's usually blood into blood. When that drip is hitting and they're hitting each other, it's causing an accumulation on the floor, and the stains that are formed, the accumulation of blood as well as smaller stains would form the drip pattern.
And sticking with that for a moment, if the blood is falling and the person is moving, does that create some type of trail or something along those lines?
It does. So we would identify that as single drip stains, and then if it's in the line with some movement, that would be considered a drip trail of the drip stains.
And what is a saturation stain?
So a saturation stain is similar to a blood pool, but the surface that is on is an absorbent surface. So it's a portion of liquid blood on, say, a mattress or a carpet that seeps into that absorbent material.
And what about a satellite stain?
So a satellite stain is a secondary stain. So if you think about my drip stain, as it's dripping from my finger, as it hits the ground or the surface, it can break apart. Though when it breaks apart, those little stains are called satellite stains. They come from the original parent stain.
And what about the term flow?
Flow is a term that we use when there's an accumulation of blood on a surface and there's enough that gravity can take hold of it and pull it down. So if you think of water dripping down a surface, or if there's a large accumulation of blood, it'll create like a stream going down to where gravity is.
And are there some blood stains where no determination can be made?
Yes.
And how so?
So we have some blood stains that just don't give us enough information by their size, shape, or distribution. So sometimes we can just generally call them red-brown stains. When we do our examination, depending on what we're examining and how we're examining it, say it's a blurry photo, we may just call it a red-brown stain because we cannot identify anything from the features because the photo is bad.
And how are blood stains typically documented at a crime scene?
So there's a trained forensic scientist that is at every scene that we document as far as bloodstain pattern analysis. They are trained in documenting the stains as far as a sketch. We also document them with ruler tape. We want to know how high up stains are from the floor, and we also use very small ruler tape with individual stains. That tape is used to show the size. It is then photoed by crime scene services. They'll do a far away shot so we can get the whole information in one shot. They will do a medium and then a close-up of stains so we can get the sizes of the stains. Those photos are used for documentation and reviewing when we do our exam.
And do you do your interpretation and analysis at the scene or through photographs?
So with those photographs, we do the examination back at the laboratory.
I want to show you some things on the screen here. Are you familiar with this slide here?
I am.
And how are you familiar with it?
So that is a slide that pictures of drip stains that I've used during my trainings to show how those stains were formed when it hits at a different angle. So depending on how it hits on an angle is how it will form. So the bottom stains, which are more circular, will fall at a 90-degree angle. And as you get to more of elliptical shapes, they fall at different higher angles when they hit the target surface.
With these that are shown here, labeled drip stains, these are all drip stains. It's just how they fall at different angles.
Correct.
Mark this as the next exhibit.
Any objection? All right, that may be admitted.
It's 187. I'm showing you this next slide. Are you familiar with this slide?
I am.
And how are you familiar with that?
So this is pictures of spatter stains. So this is blood that is in flight. Some force acted on the blood to cause it to fly. And you can see the elliptical shapes that it has created.
And when you say elliptical, you're talking about kind of the oval shape.
I'm talking about the oval shape, and as also how I described the tail. Some of them are evident on the bottom side of those elliptical shapes, showing the direction when they hit the target, they were moving.
So where the tail, so looking at this slide here, this small middle photo at the top, where the tail seems to be at the bottom. What does that tell you about the direction of that stain?
So if I may refer to the one on the right, it's a little bit more descriptive. So the one on the right, may I stand?
Yes, please.
If you look at these stains, they are elliptical in shape, and they all have an extension, which we call the tail. So they're hitting the wall, and the tail is pointing in the direction that it is moving. So we have the elliptical shape and then the extension. So they are going from a left to right in a downward direction.
I can have this marked as the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
188.
Thank you.
Then showing you this next slide. Are you familiar with this?
I am.
And what are we seeing here?
So this is an example of a projected pattern, which is one of those dynamic stains. On the left is an arterial spurt. So there was an artery cut, say it was in the arm. With the compression of that blood, it is projected out and it has landed on the wall in a curvy linear fashion.
And you said, did you say that's on the left?
On the left, yes.
And what about on the right?
That is the blood when it hits the ground on the right.
So on the left, it's hitting the wall, and then on the right, it's dripping down to the ground?
Well, it's projecting out and hitting the ground. It's not dripping onto the ground. It's coming out of the blood source and hitting the ground.
Okay, so would it be accurate to state that for a spraying type of flow of blood, say from an artery, that's on the left is what it would look like as it hits a wall, and on the right is what it looks like hitting the floor?
Correct.
We could have this marked as the next exhibit.
Any objection? No. All right, that may be admitted.
189. Now, were you asked to do blood stain pattern analysis on this case?
I was.
And what did you use in terms of materials to conduct that analysis?
I used photographs that were supplied from crime scene services. I utilized reports that were written by Maureen Hartnett, the chemist.
And were there stains that were labeled by letter?
They were.
Okay. Did you label them by those letters, or did you use the letters that were in the prior reports?
I used the letters that they were labeled in the prior reports.
And so to start with, did you look at what was labeled stain A on the floor of the basement at 47 Summer Street?
I did.
And showing you this page here, what are we looking at here?
So this is a page of my notes when I was doing my exam. So it has a picture of the stains themselves and then all of the identifying factors written in my handwriting when I was doing my examination.
And when you did your examination on this item, what did you determine about the blood stain?
So that is a red-brown stain on the carpet in the basement. It was deemed a saturation stain with transfer stain surrounding it. So you have the center stain that's darker red. That is the saturation stain. And then surrounding it, there is lighter red-brown staining that was a transfer from that saturation stain across the carpet.
And you're not able to say how that transfer happened, correct?
I am not.
But basically, looking here, this larger area in the middle of the bottom photo, that's the original saturation stain where it's soaked into the carpet.
Yes.
And then at some point, something touched this saturation stain and then touched to the side of it.
If I may.
You may, sure.
So this is the saturation stain in the center, and then surrounding it is the lighter red-brown. That is the transfer as something moved across the actual saturation stain.
And what about the mark to the left there?
I think that's just another portion of the saturation stain.
Move to submit this as the next
All right,
exhibit.
that may be admitted.
190.
Did you also look at some blood stains on the floor of the master bedroom?
I did.
And specifically referring to stain B, showing you what's been marked SJC. SJC, are those your initials?
They are.
E12. These are also from your notes, is that correct?
They are.
And is this from the master bedroom floor between the mirror and the bed?
It is.
Okay. And what did you learn from your analysis of this item?
So from my analysis in looking at the stains, there's a couple of different things going on here. So they're the round circular stains, which are on the outside, are drip stains. So that is blood coming from a bloodletting event and going to the ground just due to gravity. The stains that are overlapping are considered a drip pattern. So standing there for a period of time, the blood is dripping due to gravity into itself, causing the overlapping stains as well as the small stains that are all surrounding it. Over here on the right side, there is some movement through the some of the red-brown stains, causing them to have lateral determination, and so those would be smear stains. So they're originally drip stains that were smeared through.
And showing you E13 from your notes, is this a close-up of that same area?
It is.
And if you could just point out again for us in this lower photo what we're looking at here.
So this is just a close-up of it, showing some of the drip stains that are singular by themselves, and then the drip pattern itself. So that is blood dripping into blood. And then the top one that's not in view we'll have a close-up of the smear stains. So movement through those blood stains.
We should have E12 as the next exhibit and E13 as the following.
All right, that may be admitted.
It's 191 and 192. And just for clarification, showing what's been previously marked as Exhibit 159, that's that same area for E12 and E13?
It is. The staining on the ground is right in front of the mirror, and the bottom portion is the bed, so between the mirror and the bed.
Now showing you what's been marked previously as Exhibit 161. Is that the mirror we were just discussing?
Yes.
And did you do an analysis on the blood stains on the mirror?
I did.
Showing you what's been marked as E14 in your report. I'm just going to zoom in here to the top photo. Now the stains have been marked there with a ruler, correct, as you described previously?
Correct, yes.
And then in the lower left, can you tell us what we're looking at here?
So this is a close-up of the stains from the top picture with the ruler attached.
And what, if anything, were you able to determine about these blood stains on the mirror?
So the blood stains themselves were elliptical in shape, so it did give me some information. There was a larger amount of blood, so you can see on the stains that it starts to go down the mirror. That's due to gravity, so we call that flow. Because they were elliptical in shape, there are two different categories that they could go into, which would be a drip stain that just landed at an angle, or actually a spatter stain, which is a blood in flight. Because I couldn't tell the difference, but I did limit it down to either a drip stain that fell at an angle or a spatter stain that was forced onto that mirror. So I couldn't come to a definite conclusion, so I brought it down to either a drip stain or a spatter stain.
So would it be accurate to say it could either be from someone being near the mirror bleeding and blood dropping on it, or someone with blood, or an instrument or something with blood on it moving and spattering the blood on it?
Correct, either of those motions.
We could have E14 as the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
193. Showing you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 162. This is the bedroom windowsill.
Correct.
And showing you a close-up at 163. Did you examine this blood stain?
I did, identified as stain D.
And what did you determine based on your training experience about this blood stain?
This blood stain didn't give us too much information. It was irregular in shape, so I couldn't tell exactly what it came from, but I did classify it as a transfer stain. So something bloody, having a red-brown stain, coming into contact with a non-bloody surface, leaving that stain there. So a transfer stain on the windowsill.
Did you also examine the nightstand in that same bedroom?
I did.
Showing you what's been marked Exhibit 164. Is this the area that you examined?
I examined the whole area, so a picture that shows the whole knife and then the area surrounding it.
Showing you another photo. Is this the entire area that you examined?
It is.
And can you tell us what, if anything, you determined from examining the bloodstains on the nightstand?
So I identified 2 different types of blood stains in that area. To point on the bottom portion here, as well as the top, they are circular stains. Those would be drip stains, so blood coming from a bloody area due to gravity falling onto the nightstand, causing the circular stains. So those would be drip stains. I also identified the linear blood stain up at the top, which is to the right of the knife. So that is a transfer stain from the knife itself. The bloody edge of the knife came in contact with the nightstand and left that stain there. Once that stain was left there, it has since been moved, whether someone knocked into the table or actually pushed the knife over, I can't tell you, but it was originally in the position where it left that linear stain. So drip stains and then a linear red-brown stain.
And are you able to determine that that was the original position of the knife based on the fact that the line tracks the shape and size of the knife's edge?
I wouldn't say that it's an original location, but it is a location that that knife was at for a period of time for that blood to transfer onto the table.
Because you can't tell the order of when these blood stains happen, correct?
At our lab, we don't necessarily do an order in our examination. There are some things we can tell you an order to. So I know at some point that it was on the table where that linear stain is and has since moved from there. But I can't tell you if that was the original location that it landed.
We could have this photo marked as the next exhibit, please.
It may be admitted.
194. Showing you what's been marked SGC E17 from your notes. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
So that was stain F, which is a red-brown stain in the snow below the windows of the bedroom.
And what, if anything, were you able to, what are you able to tell us about this stain based on your training and experience?
There's not much information that I can tell you from that stain. It's a diluted red-brown stain. It's irregular in shape, so I just classified it as a red-brown stain.
So that's an example of what you had told us previously in your testimony, that sometimes you just don't know?
Correct. The pictures were sufficient to see areas of the stain. There's just not a lot of information in the stain itself to determine what it is.
We could have E17 marked as the next exhibit.
Sure. That may be admitted.
Did you also look at some stains on the floor of the master bedroom entrance?
I did.
Showing you a photograph here. Do you recognize what you see here?
I do.
And what is that?
So those are red-brown stains at the doorway to the entrance of the bedroom.
And at some point in time, we'll strike that. What, if anything, can you tell us about these blood stains?
So the pictures that were taken were never taken with a ruler tape, but the pictures are good enough that it gave me information on how those stains were formed. So I was able to determine that those are drip stains on the floor.
And just zooming in on those a little bit. Again, what we have here, similar to some of the other stains you call drip stains, that's that circular spot of blood.
Yes, circular stain where gravity took a hold of some sort of blood and brought it to the floor, causing those circular stains.
And as you described earlier, is that consistent with the blood falling at a 90-degree angle?
Correct.
So straight down?
Correct.
We could have this photo marked as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Excuse me. Did you also look at what's depicted here in Exhibit 46?
I did.
And looking at what you've marked in your notes as E21, are these 3 photos of that same area?
They are.
Okay. What can you tell us about what you observed when you looked at these blood stains?
So these stains were further up on the side of the bed from the area that was between the bed and the mirror. Similar to the stains that were between the bed and the mirror are stains up here, which are circular in nature. So there are drip stains and then an area where the drip stains fell into each other, causing another drip pattern. This is a drip pattern with singular drip stains in an area between the bed.
And showing you another photograph, does this depict that same area, but also going over towards to the right of the nightstand?
It does. So this is the area on the left side of the bed. Down below it is the area that was between the bed and the mirror, and the window is up over here. So you can see the singular drip stains, you can see the drip pattern where blood is dripping into blood, and then all of the smaller stains are the satellite stains that occur when the blood is hitting and causing it to fly.
Are you able to look at the stains here and the drip pattern and tell whether there was any movement or in what direction the movement was?
We can't tell what type of movement there was because they're circular stains. The only thing we can say about this is for a drip pattern to be formed, there has to be a stationary blood source. So you have to say it was your finger. You would have to stand there for a while and allow the blood to drip out into each other, causing that drip pattern. So we know, or I deemed that there was a period of time that the blood source was in a stationary position, causing that drip pattern.
And the amount of time that it would take for that amount of blood to pool, would that be dependent on the wound and how it was bleeding at the time?
Correct.
And you can't tell that from the photograph, correct?
Cannot.
We could have this photograph marked as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
197. To show you some photos of the exterior of the house, what's been marked as exhibit 106. What's been marked as exhibit 105 and 108. Are these areas or photographs that you examined as part of your analysis?
They are.
Showing you what you've marked E19 from your notes. What can you tell us about the patterns we're seeing here on the shingles on the exterior of the home?
So these are photos of the red-brown stains on the shingles between the second and first floor window. A far away view up in the top left, and then closer pictures thrown up to show the red-brown stains. There were 2 areas, and then there was some excess of blood. You can actually see it dripping down.
I'm going to object to the concept of blood because we all know that that was never tested.
It actually was tested.
All right, can I see over here? All right, Tree Sprague.
Thank you. And so we, in the upper left-hand corner here, we have the upper window and the lower window, correct?
Correct.
All right, and I'm going to zoom in here on this upper right-hand photo. What are we seeing here?
So those are areas of red-brown staining on the shingles between the second floor window and the first floor window.
And what, if anything, can you tell us about this red-brown staining on the shingles underneath that open window, based on your training experience?
So those 2 areas, which were to the left and the right below the window, were identified as transfer stains. So a bloody object coming in contact with a surface, leaving the blood stain there.
So that would have to be an actual, something with blood on it touching that shingle, those shingles.
Correct.
And showing you below that, the small photo to the right, what is depicted there?
So this is an area of the transfer stain where there was an accumulation of blood that was coming off as a droplet off the bottom of the shingle.
And showing you E20 from your notes, perhaps a little bit clearer here. The top right photo is that same area of red-brown staining that you saw under in the photos underneath the open window.
It is. So the one on
Get up and point it out with the court's permission.
Sure.
So the window is up above. So to the right, looking at the window, is an area of the red-brown staining. To the left is the other area of red-brown staining. That left one had the accumulation of blood that was a droplet coming off the shingle.
And the 2 photos at the bottom there?
Those were a blow-up of the right-hand side red-brown stain. As you can see my arrows, they're pointing to the picture above, just showing a close-up of the stains.
We could mark E19 as the next exhibit and then E20.
All right. Any objection? No. All right, that may be admitted. Or they may be admitted.
And then showing you what's been marked as exhibit 105. And zooming in here on the open window and the orange ball there at the bottom, the red-brown staining right above that. Did you examine photos of that?
I did.
And showing you your notes E18. Is that a close-up of that red-brown staining on the open windowsill?
It is.
And what, if anything, can you tell us, based on your training experience, about this area?
So similar to the stain that was on the inside of the window on the windowsill, this stain on the outside didn't give me enough information to say the size or shape. So the only thing I could come to the conclusion was that it was a transfer stain. So some sort of bloody object coming in contact with a surface causing the transfer of that blood.
And are you able to tell the direction of that blood or how it was applied or anything like that?
There's not enough information in that stain to give that conclusion.
So basically all you can tell us is that something with blood on it touched that windowsill and left blood, something with a red-brown stain on it touched that windowsill and left a red-brown stain.
Correct.
We could have E18 marked as the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
And then showing you what's previously been marked as exhibit 108. The top of the first floor windowsill. Did you examine those red-brown stains?
I did not.
I have no further questions.
All right. Mr. Reddington.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Just a couple of questions. You are, is it correct, you're a trained scientist? Is that what you're referred to, or?
I'm classified as a forensic scientist at the supervisory level.
Okay. And Maureen Hartnett would be classified as what?
She's a forensic scientist as well. The step below me, forensic scientist 2.
Okay. And is she the one that does testing on objects or items or substances to see if they're a particular, for example, blood?
She does do that. She is also trained in documentation of blood stains. So generally, that's why we do a lot of our examination through photos. So a forensic scientist 2 could be at the scene, do all of the documentation, make sure the photos are taken, and then those are examined back at the laboratory by in our case in Massachusetts, it's all supervisors in the crime scene response unit that do bloodstain pattern analysis. We are also all trained in the identification of those biological fluids, doing a screening test as well as a confirmatory test for blood.
I don't want to be referred to as grumpy, but I'm just going to ask if you can just kind of keep your answers down a little bit to like maybe a yes and a sentence after that.
Okay.
Okay. So when you go to a crime scene, you're usually with a team. In other words, like Maureen Hatton might be there, right?
Correct.
And other state troopers might be there searching the area, right?
Correct.
And one of the things that you are doing is relying, if you will, on your associates or other people that are working that particular crime scene to do appropriate and adequate testing of substances, right?
Correct.
So, for example, and again, when you're investigating on a murder case and you're dealing with substances that are deposited, for example, in that bedroom, the master bedroom, it's not appropriate, if you will, to speculate that something is blood, and that's why it's referred to as a red-brown stain, right?
Correct. We use...
But your experience is such that you have a wealth of knowledge as to the ability to draw an inference as to what it might be, right?
We're not able to look at a red-brown stain and call it blood. We call it by adjectives, so it would be deemed as a red-brown stain. We have to wait until we do a confirmatory test to say whether we call it human blood or not.
So when you say a confirmatory test, you're referring to the fact that you have a screening test you can do that initially would determine if it's possibly blood, right?
Correct.
Then it goes to the next phase, which would be a confirmatory test, which Ms. Hartnett would do, right?
Correct.
And then you go to the determination as to whether it's animal or human. It might be a primate blood, but it could be a human blood, and then you determine that it's human blood, right?
The next step after Maureen is actual DNA, so it will tell you whether it's human or not human and whose blood it actually is.
Okay. So we know that there was a transfer stain from the inside of the house, if you will, onto that ledge on the right-hand side of the window, right?
I believe it was on the left-hand side.
Okay, so as you're looking out the window, it's your understanding that the smudge, if you will, that was on that window was on the left-hand side?
I believe so.
Looking at Exhibit 106, that shows this first floor window, right?
Correct.
And then farther up, it shows the second floor window, right?
Correct.
So if one was standing on the inside of the master bedroom and leaned on it with blood on their hand or red substance, it would be on the right-hand side of that ledge on the window, right?
Correct. The one on the outside was on the right-hand side. The one on the inside, I believe, was on the left-hand side.
Now, you know that that was not tested, right?
I don't know if it was tested.
All right, you don't know what it is, right?
I called it a red-brown stain.
But the bottom line is, in your experience, looking at that bedroom with all of what you determined in the investigation to be blood, the inference that you would draw is that that's blood from somebody's hand, right?
Correct. And that is what is stated in my report. We infer that it is blood that we are examining.
Okay. So it shows in Exhibit 105, the same window with a little hornet ball or that substance that was injected, like insulation is what I think you described it. That also has red-brown substance on it, correct?
I don't know from that picture. I only looked at the stain that was on the windowsill.
All right. Did you look at at all that object? 'Cause
I did not, just
okay. Would you agree that underneath that window would be the two equidistant, if you will, red-brown stains on the shingles, right?
correct.
And that would be an object or something that has blood, or you don't know if it's blood, a red-brown stain on hands or something that was a transfer onto that side of the house, right?
Correct.
Other areas of the bedroom, for example, counsel showed you the door coming into the bedroom and there were two drop marks of the red-brown stains. You know, those were never even tested. I'm just saying, this is a murder case. It was never tested, right? But you're assuming fairly that that would be blood, right?
I don't know whether they were tested, but I deemed those that they were blood in my examination.
And blood on the doorknob itself too, so that from the inside of the bedroom going up, right?
The windowsill?
No, the doorknob.
I don't know of any red-brown stains on the doorknob.
Okay. Now the knife, photograph of the knife, and I know you recall that, that has that linear stain that you referred to that you were able to observe, correct?
Correct.
And looking at Exhibit 162, that would show the left side that you were referring to as to the red marks or the blood, if you will, on the window, right?
Correct. That was the left side interior of the window that I examined.
I stand corrected when I said, I was talking about the other side, but it's in both. It's on the right hand and the other side.
Correct.
So that would be, again, drawing an inference, would be somewhat conceivable with a person with blood on their hands leaning on the window. This portion of the hand out here, this portion of the hand on the inside, leaving the transfer, right?
A hand or some sort of bloody object, yes.
Right. And the knife also has the transfer that you can see. Now, is that coagulated blood,
In which area?
But with a knife, I mean, you see that linear line? It almost looks like the knife was put down with blood on it, and then it coagulated or it got sticky, I guess, and then it was moved again. Is that?
So I wouldn't call it coagulation. So if you're referring to these
Yes,
areas
the
right
linear
here,
line, yeah.
those were red-brown circular stains that were actually on top of the linear. I could not determine what they came from, so I did not give them any sort of
Okay.
blood stain pattern terminology, but they were on top of the linear line.
All right, and you would agree with me that one of the inferences that would possibly be drawn is that something banged into it or moved it, one or the other.
Yes, correct, to get that original linear line and then for the knife to be in a different position.
Now, the photograph in Exhibit 45 is the mirror.
Correct.
And then you were referring to the drip marks on the mirror, right? I'm having trouble here again, but, there we go.
So I referred to them either as drip stains or spatter stains because I
Right,
was
and
not able.
That would be consistent with some type of a violent movement, would it not? I mean, if the person's cutting their throat, for example, and then cast off onto the mirror, or leaning, I guess you said at an angle.
So it would be either due to gravity or due to blood in flight. So a force applied, sending that blood to land on there, or drip due to gravity.
And blood in flight, the inference would be that it's cast off, if you will, from the knife, going in a particular direction towards the mirror, right?
It would be a spatter stain coming off of any sort of blood source, whether it be the tip of a knife, a cut on the hand, something
Okay.
in flight.
Go ahead, Your Honor, thank you.
Redirect.
Thank you. So you were asked about the documentation and collection of samples of red brown stains at a scene, and that there is an initial test done at the scene typically to determine if it might be blood, correct?
Correct.
And what kind of test is that?
We do a screening test called the Kastle-Meyer test. So it identifies possible blood. It does not identify whether it's human or animal, though.
And when that test is positive, but you have a limited sample, you sometimes skip the confirmatory step and send it right to DNA for testing.
Correct. If it's a limited sample, so a smaller stain, like something like a spatter stain, we may not do the in-between step, which is our confirmatory test, because we don't want to use up any portion that we've collected. So we would go right to DNA for that testing if it's a smaller sample.
And then the DNA testing can tell you if that red brown stain is from a human and potentially which human it's from.
Yeah, we identify who it is from. We don't identify as human because we only do a human DNA test.
And defense counsel asked you about the red brown stains on the windowsill, the one on the exterior and the interior, and asked if it could be from someone leaning out the window, correct?
Correct.
Could it also be from someone hanging out the window holding on to in those spots?
Correct.
Nothing further?
Wouldn't there be drops? If somebody was bleeding significantly from cuts on their wrist to the extent that one of the marks on the shingle you said had a drip on it, right?
So depending on the amount of blood where that contact is coming into place is what is deposited.
So if somebody was going to climb out the window and hang on the ledge and then do a Spider-Man and go down the side of the shingles, they would leave a smear going all the way down on the shingles, wouldn't they?
If they came in contact the entire way down, yes, there would be a transfer all the way down.
Anything further?
No.
All right, thank you, ma'am. May step down.
Thank you.
And counsel, could I just talk to you? Second, sidebar. Jury Rather than start another witness and break it up, I'm going to excuse you till tomorrow, all right? I don't think we'd finish with this next witness anyway. So I'm going to excuse you. Now, tomorrow's schedule, we are not going to be sitting in the afternoon, all right? I can tell you that. So, so I'm going to ask you to be here at 9 o'clock. Remember, I'm going to ask you those same questions, same instructions. Don't talk about this. Don't do any research. Don't watch anything. Don't listen to anything about this. I appreciate all the work you've done so far. I appreciate all your time. And so I'm going to ask you to follow those and continue to follow those instructions. And I'll see you tomorrow morning, and we'll get right back to the case. Okay?
Court, all rise. Good. Please close the notebooks, place them on the chairs.
All right. So anything we need to address at this point?
No, Your Honor.
No. All right. So like I said, the schedule tomorrow will start at 9 o'clock. We'll go until 1 o'clock, and then we will not sit tomorrow afternoon. So with that, everybody has a nice evening. We'll see everybody tomorrow.
Thank you.
What stands in recess?
All righty, squad. Well, that's the end of day 6 of the Lindsay Clancy trial. I can't help but ask myself what was the point of any of that? The blood spatter evidence doesn't have any bearing on anything. So what, we're trying to say now that Lindsay didn't try to kill herself hard enough because she hung out the window maybe before she fell, but we will never know that because they didn't actually test the blood on the shingles to confirm that it was blood. So we can't even say that it was blood. But maybe she hung from the windowsill before she fell. She still shattered vertebrae and is now a paraplegic because of that fall. Like, you can't tell me what am I supposed to get from this? I do not understand this prosecution. I do not understand how they think that what they're presenting is proving their theory of the crime. Yeah. So she didn't overdose hard enough. She didn't cut her wrists and her throat hard enough. And she didn't throw herself out the window hard enough now. She was clearly not in her right mind. And she tried to kill herself in 3 different ways. Successful or not, she did make those attempts. It doesn't change that she took the lives of her children. But I think it does make you go, was she really sane when she did all of that? I don't know. Right. I saw plenty of blood. And the prosecution has really tried to downplay the blood in a million different ways. I saw plenty of blood. I would have been very upset if I'd walked into a room and saw that much blood. As was Patrick Clancy. It scared the hell out of him. I also don't understand why we had to go through the talk screens of every single child to find out that they had nothing in their systems. Okay. Glad to hear the Clancy children weren't drugged. But how does that prove anything? Today has been very puzzling and tedious. Did we get anywhere? Doesn't really feel like it to me. Alrighty, well, tomorrow is a half day, so we'll start at 9 a.m. Mountain. They're only doing 9 to 1 Eastern, so we'll just zoom right through the breaks and do a half day tomorrow. And coming up at 3 p.m. Mountain, so in 45 minutes, I will be live over on our main channel, True Crime Squad, where I'm going to be doing a comparison of the Andrea Yates case and the Lindsay Clancy case. These cases get compared a lot. We're going to talk about the similarities and the differences because they are not entirely the same. There's similarities, but I think it's very worth exploring, particularly because, you know, it's been 20 something years since Andrea Yates, and we can kind of see where she's at and what the outcome has been for her over time. It might be an indicator of what happens with Lindsay, and maybe it won't. I don't know, but I think it should be interesting. So thank you for joining me today here on True Crime Squad Trials. I'm Kristi.